Ara.
King Ghosty, I was here first. Boo.
Welcome back.
XPME was not first. Try again next time.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. Welcome on in. Happy freaking Friday, guys. Happy freaking Friday. I hope you're doing well. I hope the day is treating you well. Why does it still say it's in slow mode? Hello? Are we meant to be in slow mode right now? Oh, well. I don't know. It's fine. Welcome in. Welcome in. Scully, congrats on the 69. You now have 16 Kinky coins. Don't spend them all in one place, okay? Don't spend them all in one place. Ghosty, congrats on the first. You've been first 119 heckin' times. That is insane. That is insane. Welcome in. Vampy Emmy, congrats on that not first. And enjoy your Americano incense. Bad, welcome in. How are you today? Enjoy your booze ball blast from the cafe. Welcome in. Scully, enjoy that Rajukato toast. Welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody? Emmy with a 15 heckin' stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Vampy Emmy in the chat. Let's go. Mo, enjoy your Java Jen. Koopy, that's my best friend. If you guys aren't following her,
333
that's
just
illegal and you're going to
resubscribed
jail,
for
so I
3
need you to
months.
change
At
it
Dear
and go
One,
follow her
purple
immediately.
heart emoji, black heart emoji, purple heart emoji, black heart emoji, purple heart emoji, black heart emoji.
That was cute. Bad, thank you so much for the 3 months. I heckin' appreciate you. I heckin' appreciate you. That was so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you've been enjoying your emotes and, you know, the ad-free viewing and all that stuff. And if you ever have any, like, emote suggestions or anything, feel free to let me know. Feel free to let me know. Also, I see vodka snacks. Let me get her over here. Hold on. You know, Coco's coming. Come here. Coco said, excuse me, did I hear snackies? Go to your place. Yeah, Coco, I can give you some snackies too. Hold on. Come here, Coco. Come here. Hold on. Coco, you make it really hard to pick you up. Vodka, go to your place. I'll give you some more snacks. I'll give you more. We got the 2 babies. Here you go, Coco. You good girl, Vodka. Good girl. There you go. Yeah, did you enjoy your snack too? Welcome to the stream. I love you, Vodka. You's my baby. Yeah. Welcome in, guys. And the big one is my baby, though. The big one is my baby, though. This is a little baby. She's just a little baby, that's all. She's just a little girl. Just a little girl. We love her, though. We love her. Even though she peed on my floor earlier. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I hope everybody is doing amazing today. I hope so. I hope so. Prudence babies? What? Oh, Purdy. Okay. Autocorrect. Did autocorrect get you there? Vodka's the best, baby. I agree. I love her so much. I love her so much. She do be the best. Hi, Moonshine. Welcome in. How are you? How are you? How are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. All right. Let me see. Okay. That should work. So. All right. We're actually going to drag Nepo in here. We're going to be doing a few different things today. We're going to be doing some Survivor with Nepo. And then we're also going to be doing some Killer later. We're going to be memeing for a little bit. So it's going to be a good time. There's the cutie patootie.
Ahoy!
Hi, Nepo.
Hello!
Did you get the shared chat thing? Is it working?
I've got some jobs
Yeah,
ready
I
for
see
you.
it.
Perfect.
I see Twyla Verge.
Yes, okay.
I-
Perfect. I just want to make
Perfect.
sure.
They received a mimic cheesecake from the Geeky Cafe. And
I want
that
some
sounds really yummy.
cheesecake. I want
I
some
want some fucking
cheesecake.
cheesecake. I want some cheesecake.
Go follow Twyla, guys. It's one of my
Oh
best
gosh,
friends, and I
everything
love
going off because my
her.
bot went off.
Oh, you know, it's okay. The
And-
bots can
and
talk to each
Shannon's
other.
chat-
They can talk to each other.
Shannon's
It's
chat,
fine.
keep an eye on Panda. He's
Oh.
he's my friend. He's my bestie, but
Wait, is Panda a troublemaker? I didn't
might
know
be.
this.
he tells dad jokes.
Oh, wow. We've got several of those, too, so... What can you do?
We love Panda.
What can you do?
I do
Ghosty's
need
gonna meme with us. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
I'm gonna set Ghosty as a mod in my stream for now.
Yes. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes,
Running a
yes.
little laggy in 1 second.
No, you're good. You're good. Koopy started hers.
Help me! Yes!
So many
you.
people alive right now. Oh,
Okay.
it's
I
stressful.
think that worked.
I need to turn down the quality on people's streams. Hold on. I can have people's streams open
What are
while I'm
these
streaming,
browse
but I
icons?
can't have the quality up. Otherwise, it pulls too hard on my internet.
So I'm just now realizing, and I know exactly why I did it too, because I wasn't paying attention, but I put an
What?
arch in my left brow, but I didn't put an arch in my right brow.
So your left brow is sassy and asking questions, and your right brow is just chilling and satisfied. Mhm. Got it. Moon! Thank you
Yes,
so
it is.
much for that gifted.
Alright,
Moonshine
are you in
Flex
appreciate
gifted a tier
you.
1
How are
subscription to
you?
the community.
I am, yes.
Enjoy your stay at
Oh,
Shana's
sorry.
Sunny
I
Meadows.
see you're talking to your chat.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine.
Because Moonshine just gifted you a sub? That's insane.
I
That's
know.
So cool.
Moon's a
Moonshine
sweetheart.
is iconic.
Moon is iconic. Moon's very iconic.
Oh my gosh,
Very
thank you. It has
iconic.
a lot of Photoshop on it, Hillary.
Wait, what?
My
Oh my
profile
god.
pic.
Listen, no, you're a cutie patootie. You're a cutie patootie. Don't let Nepo fool you.
Smoothing. I have a full face of makeup. My veneers are looking very veneerful.
I'm so glad that you can't see me right now, and I'm just like over here making fun of you.
Amazing background. What? What are you doing?
Nothing.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Chat, what is she doing?
Nothing, right, guys? Nothing.
No,
Don't
not
rat me
Hillary,
out.
but
I
no
can
lighting.
see you. I can see you if you try and rat me out. I'm just letting you know.
Gotta have a nice face to have Photoshop come out nicely. Listen. Who's Hillary?
Preach,
'Cause I like
Hillary.
this person.
Preach, Hillary. Hillary is a longtime friend and community member here. We've known each other for years now. We love Hillary. We love
Keep
Hillary.
talking like that, Betsy, and I'll make you a VIP in an instant.
Lizzie, enjoy your sanity. Welcome in. Cynical, enjoy your Revy Frappe.
My throat's
Okay.
a little yucky today.
Oh no. Do you have
Yeah.
beverages?
I do have beverages.
Okay, good. Good. I say beverages because I have drink bars when I stream. So it's like multiple selection of drinks that I can drink from.
I do too.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
wait.
a-
Actually, no, for real. I have my water
Mhm.
in my big water bottle.
Mhm.
And then I have a fun drink today. I have a little bit of
Okay.
Absolute and
Oh.
and root beer.
Oh, we extra fancy today. I see. Extra fancy. Okay. Okay,
Thank
I
you
see
so much
you.
for the follow.
I see you. I see you. Yeah, I
Sorry.
have no absolute, unfortunately. So sorry, guys. So sorry. No. Am I joining VC? Yeah, get in VC with us. Get in VC with us, Ghosty. I mean,
Nepo.
is it okay? Is it okay with you, Nepo?
I don't care.
Okay. Okay.
I don't
s-
care. I can handle like a Swift. I can't handle more than a Swift.
Oh yeah, valid. Same.
But I also can't handle Ghosty, so don't let Ghosty join the VC whatever you do.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Did Ghosty join?
You gonna make Ghosty cry. You gonna make Ghosty cry.
Oh,
We
God,
can't. We can't have that.
I'm kidding.
We can't have that.
Ghosty, we love you over here.
All right.
You gave me a soul.
I'm gonna get YouTube started really quickly, so give me just a moment.
I cannot believe that ReadyBot literally told Ghosty to hop on into the VC.
All right. Hello, YouTube. Welcome or welcome back. Subscribe, like, comment, turn that bell on, do all the things that I am supposed to tell you to do that help us out here. We're going to be playing Dead by Daylight today, and we're going to be doing several different things. We're starting off with Nepo Daddy and Ghosty, and maybe I can rope somebody else in. We'll see. But we're going to be doing Survivor and just memeing and goofing with our builds and trying to get blood points because I still need to P3 all of my survivors. But also, after that, we're going to be doing Killer, focusing on our wonderful nurse, maybe throwing in a few other killers, and also working toward P3ing our killers and becoming a master of the nurse in Dead by Daylight. That is the goal. That is the goal. So I hope you guys are excited. I hope you guys are ready. It's going to be a good time. A good time. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. And I will undeafen so YouTube can also hear our friends in the VC.
I didn't make that one though.
All right. Hello. YouTube can now hear you.
Too, Hillary. Thank you. Yes, everybody on my side, pull up Shana also.
Oh my gosh.
You can have 2 streams open at the same time and then both count. So, like, close out whoever else you're watching.
Unless it's Jelly. Unless it's Jelly.
Unless it's Earth. Honestly, you know what? Leave my stream and go to Jelly. Everybody sign off. Go to Jelly. You know what? Shana's side too. Leave Shana, go to Jelly. I'm kidding.
Leave Shana, go to Jelly.
Close my stream. Go to Jelly.
3 of you. I don't know who to
Thank you so much, Night Mama.
100%
Thank you so much. Uvu, enjoy your Onryo Spice Tea. How are you guys? Go follow Uvu. Uvu is one of our night terrors in Nightmare Network, and we love Uvu. We love Uvu. How are you, Uvu?
You know what? I'm ending stream.
And Jelly's so close. Jelly's so close. Unless you're on mobile. Right. On mobile, you can only have 1. So.
Wait, I
We
can
talk
pull
about
up.
how bad the mobile app is.
But you could pull up like 2 streams on your PC and 1 on your phone if you have both.
I was about to say, maybe I can pull up,
Can you do that?
Why not?
So you can technically have 3?
I mean, I don't know if it'll fully count, but you can sure as heck try.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare,
Ooh,
nightmare.
a lot just happened.
Mobile isn't as bad as it used to be. It's not. It's not. But it's
True.
still.
It used to be way worse, but it's still trash.
It could
You
still
guys
use a
invite
little work.
me.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
decided to be on a podcast. No, I'm just kidding.
Night Mama, enjoy that macchiato miling. Enjoy.
A lot of the time, if I'm on mobile and like I go to my home screen, on like I have an
Where's my
iPhone,
pup cup?
I go to my home screen and then back into
Ghosty got it.
mobile, the chat. disappears.
Ghosty got it. I'm gonna send a test alert really quick.
New
Okay,
donation
so what are we
from
running?
someone.
Okay.
I think it's a slippery meat. That's it.
Just slippery meat.
No
Just
items, nothing.
You can bring an item.
Welcome back.
I just want it to be known that I can take my Kwan Taeyong to P95 right now.
I mean, are you going to?
Actually, you know what? Let me just dump the points. Let me do it. Screw it. I'm so
Do it.
close to having a P100 Kwan Taeyong.
Do it. Do it.
I'm screaming! I freaking love him. He's so cute. I just turned British. I almost have 1,000 toothy torts on him too.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I have 800.
Hope you had a wonderful day thus far. I love your face, Shana. You're a heckin' cutie. No, you, Uvu.
And way
No, you.
less
Uvu, what are you
items
doing
somehow.
today? What are you doing today? What are you up to right now? What are you up to right now?
Passing my TV.
Trying not to fall asleep at 9 on a Friday, just one of those days. I know, other than that, what are you doing right now? Like, are you in bed?
It's so young.
Because if you're on the computer and you would like to
But
play
you put me on your TV.
the DVDs, we
And then I
have
like
room
put it on TV.
for one, as long as you're willing to meme with us
Okay, let me
and
like
goof
lock it.
on some
Let me
builds.
stop being-
That's my caveat.
So we're literally just running.
You got it
Slippery,
working?
nothing else.
Yeah, I didn't change anything. I'm gonna be really honest with
I
you.
run Pebble too.
I just refreshed my computer and OBS, and that's literally it. Yes, I will get Vodka's link. You know, let's do one with just slippery meat, and then we'll do one with Pebble and slippery meat. How's that?
Okay, I hear you.
How's
I
that?
hear you. I'm listening to you. I can't say that I fully agree with this decision.
I
but
think
hear you. Okay.
I think it's gonna be amazing, and we're all gonna get ourselves off the hook. I believe
Yeah,
in
no,
us.
yeah.
Either that or the killer's
Yeah,
gonna get a really easy
I
match.
can't wait to get off together, guys.
I can't wait to
cannot
get off
wait
together. I can't wait to
We're
get
all
off
gonna get
with all
off
of you.
together.
I can't wait to get off with all of you.
guys.
We're all
We sound
gonna
like
get
a
off
cult
together.
now, I'm just saying it.
I'm so excited.
I'm so excited to
get
get
off
off
with you.
together.
Okay,
Better
balls,
together.
hilarious.
Better together. There's the link, Scully. I pinned it. Thank you, Witcher. I hate 7-Elevens, but I'm one of them. I've lived long
wait,
enough
yeah.
to watch myself become the
I think that's
villain.
it.
Oh my god, Ghosty, please. My
tested
playstyle
that
is a
on my
whole
stream as
meme.
well.
Listen, Uvu. Would you like to join us? Would you like to join the squad and meme with us? And I don't think you've met Nepo, so this would be a good opportunity to meet Nepo. To meet Nepo. Don't call him Nepo.
Hi. And I'm Nepo Daddy. Only 2 people have the privilege to call me Nepo. And a third person abuses the fact that they're not allowed to, but they're my friend, and that is Shana.
Hi.
The only people that I gave direct permission to call me Nepo is Sarah Dominus. Go follow on everything.
Mm-hmm.
And Earth to Jelly. Go follow. Close our streams. Open her stream.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Hi,
Shana does
Phantasm.
not have
How are you
permission,
today?
But she's a rule breaker. You know.
I make my own
So,
rules.
It's
Nepo.
okay. I'll remember that. Don't worry. It means necessary on.
Wow! Wow! I
Come
call
on,
him Pretty Boy,
technician.
as you should. As you should. As you
Okay,
should.
you and Scully both call me Pretty Boy, and it makes me feel good.
Listen, it's such a valid thing to call you, though. Such a valid thing to call you.
It's Phantasm. Hi.
How you doing, Phantasm? How you doing?
I met Phantasm before. They look familiar.
Yeah. Phantasm is in like the caffeinated cryptids like crew for scrims and stuff.
Nice
So
one. This
Yeah,
guy, I feel like I
yeah.
know Phantasm.
yeah.
Hi. I know Uvu.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince Uvu.
I
come
actually,
meme
I'm
with
sorry, I
us.
don't know Uvu Diver.
Yes! Uvu's loading up. Uvu, if you want to join VC, you can. You don't have to. But we're in my Discord. Just put yourself in purgatory. We'll drag you.
You
I
like the
need
type
that
of
emote.
messy I am.
Scully,
I
I
need
call a
that
pain
emote.
in the butt. Thank God she won't see us.
I need that. I need the emote. I
And
need
then
the emote.
proceeded to tag her.
Wait, Ghosty, can you make a Nepo emote of me doing a Leon booty shake?
I can try, I don't know.
I'm dead.
The
I'm
things
dead.
I would let Leon
DBD Leon or actual Resident Evil Leon? Because DBD Leon, let's be honest, DBD Leons are usually not good.
Okay.
They usually
DBD
hide in
Leon
lockers and they don't help you.
DBD Leon is a twink. Every other Leon in like actual Resident Evil, I feel like he's burst. I
can see it. I can see it.
Pounding and then like spread it open, you know?
No, so valid. So valid.
I've got some jobs
We were
ready.
here for 24 hours and we had to say goodbye to our 17-year-old senior kitty. Honest, I'm so sorry. Honest, I'm sending you so much extra love today. I am so very sorry.
It has really just been a yucky day.
I love you. I'm so sorry. Can we get some hugs for Honest, please? I think Honest needs some hugs.
Ew, I feel like I'm about to cry over his dad. That's so
Listen,
sad.
pets are family.
I
They're
feel
family.
like people don't understand, especially as a queer person. I don't know if Honest Wolves is or not, but as a queer person, I don't plan on having kids. I don't have
Nightmare,
I don't
nightmare,
have that.
nightmare,
I do my
nightmare,
cats
nightmare,
have been with me
nightmare.
since they were born, and they're elderly babies now too, and those are my children.
Yeah.
I feel like some people don't understand that connection.
No, they don't.
They are my
don't.
everything.
Uvu!
Ooh.
I think I would just cut you out, so all I heard was, ooh.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh. I said Uvu.
Oh. I'm gonna get. No, I have coconut screen pie on him. I was gonna say I'm about to get tunneled as fuck because I was about to run an escape.
Is that a Reese's cup I see?
Yeah, my mom gave it to me to try. It's Reese's with marshmallow.
You've already tried that one. We shared one.
Oh, you're pescatarian. Never mind.
I don't remember that.
Everything's a new experience with you, baby. I'm gonna take you to the same place 80 times.
I won't know because I won't
There's a little
remember.
restaurant called Waffle House.
I love Waffle House. Jeffrey, I love you. Guys, go follow one of my besties, Jeffrey, as well.
Look, babe, it's
One
a
of our night
waterfall.
terrors on Nightmare
Wow, I've
Network.
never been here.
We love Jeffrey.
Adds to
Uvu,
the
I cannot
scrapbook.
invite you, by the way. I don't know if you know.
Okay.
I don't know. Are you visible?
There.
Oh.
Maybe there.
My streak reset because I'm a terrible degen that been in bed by 7 p.m.
Oh my god, what about this?
Who goes to
You can
bed
only
by
bring
7? Is it because you stayed up all night and all day? Let's just
Oh,
be honest.
slippery.
Yeah,
Only slippery meat.
Shana's really keen on getting off together.
I want us all to get off together. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Makeup slay. Thank you. Thank you, Draku. How are you? You got a 4-stack? We do.
We
do. We sure do. Let's be honest with ourselves, though, Jeffrey. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Better than letting her suffer, but I'm gonna miss her for a long time. You will. It doesn't go away, the missing, but the hurt does, you know?
Panda.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
I feel like every once in a while I just start stimming Panda's name.
Ghosty enjoyed that Americano incense.
I won't. I had it last time. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Well, you should talk to the manager. Oh wait, that's you.
Hey, can I get a new drink? Let me check with the manager. Hey, no, we don't do that here. What do you mean you don't do that here? We don't do that here. I'm sorry. We can't refund. You know, the person that runs this is dead. They're dead?
Oh
Yeah.
my
Welcome
god.
back.
Yeah, it's a ghost that runs this place. You know that, right? So we can't do refunds. I don't even think we can give you cash back.
Oh my god. I love how you're just like legitimately having a conversation with yourself. Legitimately. Full-fledged conversation with yourself.
This is how I entertain you.
You do. You fully do. I'm always entertained with you.
welcome.
Also, Nepo, meet Uvu. Uvu, Nepo.
I met Uvu before
Have you? I couldn't remember.
during the thing that
Oh
I didn't get to
yeah,
participate
the
in.
event. Yeah. You guys did
The
meet.
event that I never got to do.
Oh yeah. No, you're pretty,
It was
Jeffrey.
so sad.
You're pretty.
That was also the day that I met you.
How are you, Shana? I'm doing well. How are you, Dakota?
I didn't even have a team.
That was
and
the
you were
day
like,
that we
"You know
officially
what?
met.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make an extra team of me playing too, bitch. I was gonna be excluded and not be able to play, and you made a special team just so I could play.
I
And then
reset my
didn't get to play.
schedule, so I've been waking up 4 to 5 a.m. Holy
Alright,
sheesh,
guys,
you've been
let's
waking
go
up so
games.
early.
Wait, where are you getting? You know what? It still
It's
counts.
a bubba. It's a bub. I need. Oh my god, I haven't edited the clip of Jelly screaming, "I love Bubba!" in the middle of her introducing herself yet. Otherwise, I could have that as a command. If we finish a gen, I need you all to use, or a mod or a VIP to use !pop, please. Burb Girl, thank you for the lurk. I
Alright,
love
does it
you.
work from my chat?
Guys, go follow Burb Girl if you have not. We love
I go
Burb
on
Girl.
Hook?
Yes, it
When I go on
should.
Hook, I'll do it.
It should, but only once we finish a gen. Only once we finish a
I'm
gen.
responding to a chat message in your thing, so I can't mute to do it. I
No, that's
appreciate
fine.
that, Neville. I'm not in Shana's Discord because Discord's themselves has had some unsavory stuff in the past I should avoid it.
Oh no! We have company. Get yourself off that hook, Ubu. Get yourself off that hook. You're so slippery. Oh my god.
Not slippery enough.
Oh, I got you then, Ubu. Don't worry. I don't know that we can heal though because he's very close.
Oh my god.
That's okay. Maybe next game you'll be slippery
I
enough,
freaking
or we can
love
get off
you!
together. I'm sorry that Discord is a pain in the ass and has done some unsavory stuff. I don't blame you, honest. I don't blame you. Dakota, enjoy your Java Gin.
So we're
Die.
ready for everybody.
I'm about to get got by a boob.
By a booba. How you doing today, Dakota? Oh, it might be ! Pop. I didn't hear it. Did it not work?
I'm so sorry. I'm crashing out. It's a man! A man! A big yellow apron
Oh, I
coming
think
for
I need to
me!
turn it up. Hold on. I need to turn that up. It's not
I don't
very
get
loud.
anywhere. I'm dead here.
Honestly, I think you're being a little dramatic.
Edit?
That's just my opinion, though.
I think, Ghosty, if you look around your immediate surroundings, just turn around in the room that you're sitting in right now. You might find a doorway. Walk
Okay.
the fuck through it. Okay? Okay?
Can we ! Pop again, Scully?
What's that gonna help with, huh, Nepo?
You did it. Hi, Sylvan. Guys, go follow Sylvan if you have not.
Somebody's up there. Okay, I'm gonna
Get
take,
yourself
I'm gonna
off,
take some
Nepo.
slippery chances. That's one.
I'm gonna
How
watch
many do
you
I
get yourself off.
Tunnel
me!
Number
I'm
three.
watching. You can do this.
Number 4.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Number 5. Oh, save me!
All right. Ubu! Ubu is unfortunately deceased. Oh, my time to get off is about to come, I believe.
I made him bump.
Oh, maybe not. Like I said, this is either going to be the easiest game in the world for their killer, or
Oh,
we're
it's
all
easy.
going to
You
get
get, like,
off
no
hook.
points.
One of those two things is going to happen.
It sounds like you're upstairs, and I'm also upstairs.
I am upstairs, and the
I would
killer
like to
is
use
also
my
upstairs.
key to unlock this. Does it not? Okay. Apparently, my broken ass key doesn't work.
Nepo.
Wait, I need that clip
Nepo.
also. I need that clip also.
Nepo.
You're gonna
Oh, that's when we
TikTok ban.
finished.
Nepo.
I'm so sorry.
That's the one we fit. No, what's over here? What's over here? I got this.
Oh,
I got
did Scully
this.
already do pop?
We should be able to do it again. I've got it on a 30-second cooldown, so.
My turn. I can't even hear it. I don't want to do stream. Yeah. I can.
Oh. Oh, it's not working.
Shit, that
It's not working from your stream.
Okay, well, let me just.
Nope.
Really quick.
How you doing today, Pause? It's good to see
Oh
you.
my
Welcome
gosh, I gotta open
in.
Cooper as well and get my.
Pause,
stream.
enjoy your morning mocha.
Pop, pop, bitch! Pop, pop! Tunnel me! Tunnel me!
Sorry about that, guys.
I might need to make the video a little smaller, but how was the volume
I
on
need
that? How was the volume on that? I can totally send it to you.
I need
There's
that
a
on
lot
everything.
of overlays on your stream channel. It's like wow.
Oh, why is the Ko-Fi one constantly up there?
The
Hold on, I'm
carving?
gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop.
I'm gonna have to fix that. Hi, Radical, how are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Also, hi, Solomon. Hi. I think I said hi, Pause, but just in case, hi. Oh,
No, not Po-Po, Pop Pop.
how y'all doing, friends?
I don't want to say I'm gonna pick up.
I'm coming. Oh no.
Everyone over at the stream.
Yeah, how far did you get, Shana? How far did you get?
Well, I'm getting moried, so I didn't even get to use my slippery meat. I did not get to get off with any of you. This is unfortunate. I didn't realize you were on hook. I was yapping and sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I hear you. I don't know
What?
about me.
That's not true. We love you.
Oh, and you only had the green one?
Listen, I'm working on getting him to P3, okay? Why is there
The
judgment?
killer's like, wait, why do they all have slippery meat? Okay. Okay, can we have a band?
Listen, it's vegan.
Can we do a band?
I thought you wanted to do Pebble with slippery
Oh,
meat.
are we doing Pebble?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Ah,
Yeah, yeah.
Dan!
You guys all left before you could see my chat with the killer.
Oh, what did it say?
The killer said build, and I said Perky loves me. She really loves it to the point she forced us to run it. And they said, uh-huh. Gotcha. And then left.
Wait, screenshot it.
Oh, I just left.
Wow.
Damn it! You had one job! Oh,
Wow.
I thought you fast switched to a flashlight right away. I don't know why.
Oh my god.
It made me like...
I cannot. I cannot with you.
Do we still have... I bet we do.
I'm being held hostage. I can't run any other perk.
No. You're not being held hostage
Can't run any other
completely.
perks.
Maybe just
Oh.
a little hostage.
What's
Just a
the command to
tiny
guess the
bit
ghost?
hostage. To guess the ghost? Exclamation
Yeah.
point guess or exclamation point ghost? Why?
It doesn't work from here.
I don't have it turned on because we're not playing Phasmophobia.
I want to guess the ghost! Maybe it's the twins! Maybe it's the Oni! Maybe it's the spirit! Maybe it's the Wraith! All three are all also DVD killers.
Listen, I have not yet coded it so I can do like Cowboy does. I'm not as cool as Cowboy, so
thing
you
is
can
actually
guess the
really
killer.
cool. I think Swifty does it too.
I'm not as cool as Cowboy. You can't guess the killer yet. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
Ah.
Wow.
Hi,
I feel like
Cass,
this is a
guys.
big
If you're
one.
not following Cass, please go follow Cass. We love
I
that
feel like
woman.
you
She is
purposely
Mommy
turned it
Cass.
off
I would
because
literally
I'm
do
one
anything
of
for
the
her.
LGBTQIA.
I would literally do
Yes.
anything for her.
Oh. Lamino P plus.
Yeah?
Edited
Is that what
extra.
you
I thought we
think?
could keep going, I'm not gonna lie.
Is that what you think?
I thought
Mm-hmm.
you were coming after me because I'm legit
Mm. Mm-hmm.
targeted. You
Yeah.
know what? And you know what?
Yeah, tell me.
I have something to say.
Tell me.
Because, Shana, it
Yeah?
might not be Pride Month anymore.
Welcome
It's
back.
not.
You're queer
I am.
year-round.
It's true.
And for that,
Accurate.
I have one thing to say for you.
Yeah.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Who's my fight song? And then the band's gonna come in right here, and we're gonna pay to have the rights of the music to play on stream.
Yeah, this is right where they come in. This is right where they
Yeah.
come in. Yeah,
With
for
the
sure.
Springy boy?
For sure.
Springy boy? Springy
For
boy?
sure.
Hey, like, you should get them.
Did you
Springy
just throw
boy?
Pebble at
Springy
us?
boy? Oh, you guys are running Pebble? I just thought we were still running me.
No, we talked about Pebble.
I'm just running me. All I got is my me.
Oh my gosh, Eli, did you find out?
I
Did you
revealed
hear?
him.
Did you tell Eli
Tell Eli what?
that you moried a Sable?
Listen, it was an accident.
That you moried a Sable on Hatch?
I accidentally Mori disable because she wouldn't stop trying to wiggle off.
Yeah.
Nepo, use your slippery meat. Get off with us.
Okay, I'll get off with you. Give me a second. I don't have luck.
Yes, it was an
Yeah.
accident.
Ah,
It was in fact an
No.
accident. I
my meat is slippery!
Need you to know.
Are you slipped? Is your meat slipping like mine is? Because my meat is slipping. I'm slippery! Oh, stop it, get stop over here.
oh
Looks like
my
there are others out
God.
there in need of help.
Wait,
Wait.
Sharon, wanna see a trick I learned?
Hey, yo.
Oh, have you ever tried this
Wanna see a
one?
trick
Yeah.
I learned, Shana? It involves my slippery meat.
Oh my God! Did Nepo teach you?
No.
What did I just come into? You came in to me and my slippery meat. That's what you came
God.
into.
Go,
And it's
go.
real slippery today.
Oh
Whee!
my God, we're all unmade.
I would thank you for the bits, Eli. Thank you so much. And welcome in.
We're all trying
Rule
really
6,
hard to
kill
get this
all
main gen
Sables.
done.
Well, if you're Shana,
I didn't mean to! It was an accident!
she looked at it, she tapped that button because she was smiling when
Oh
she did it. Too. She was like,
my God.
I'm a teaser. I'm a play around. And then she fucking did it.
Oh, he's gone through door, gone through door, gone through door.
He's coming for me because I missed the skill check.
You were totally fine, by the way, Pause. You can be in one, you can be in both, you can go back and forth. It's all good. I just appreciate you
No.
being here and hanging out with us.
Being Shannon.
Also, Anime, enjoy your Banshee Espresso. Zach, that yokai latte.
Help! I'm being chased by an axe murderer!
Are we
I'm a
sandbagging?
miss.
Pop, pop, bitch! Pop, pop! Tunnel me! Tunnel me!
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, hit us with that pop pop,
Shanna.
bitch.
Oh,
Whee!
Shanna, the game face sentence.
What are we gonna show me?
You gotta come
I'm
back
gonna
to me.
create a diversion from main. Are we gonna stand up there and create diversions?
No.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Me.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
What are you showing me? Yeah.
Bitch.
Oh, Ghosty, that looks so naughty. What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Oh my God.
Oh my god. Are you humping on the flashlight?
You're gonna get me in trouble.
Rolling dice in the corner.
Please, Phantasm! Oh my God.
Wait,
Okay,
hey.
heal me. Heal me.
Can I fuck around and find out without spending channel points?
Also, Vin's, welcome in. Guys, go follow Vin's. Vin's is an amazing indigenous streamer. You guys will love Vin's, I promise. You would like to F around and
Yes.
find out? Yes, what number?
Wait, but hang on. What tribe? Do we know?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I should know, but I'm a bad friend and I don't remember everybody's tribe.
I mean, if you haven't asked, you won't know, of course.
I'm a bad friend.
I learned a little bit myself that it is more respectful, from what I've learned, to, if possible, mention indigenous people by their tribe name instead of just lumping everyone together. I don't know if that's the same for everyone, of course, but I would love to, instead of saying that Shana's indigenous, say that Shana is Cherokee. And something else, right? You're another one too, right?
Choctaw, yeah.
What was it?
Choctaw. You see, I was gonna save Nepo, you guys, but then I got in chase, so if someone else would like to save Nepo, I'm sure.
I just
Aw,
try
man.
to be respectful when I can.
Guys, I'm gonna get to see how slippery my meat is.
No, you don't, because hey-ya! That would've been cool.
That would have been really good. That would have been really cool.
That would've
yeah.
been the most amazing
That would have been real
clip
epic.
ever.
Yeah. That would have been really epic. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh my gosh, only one gen is done? We're dead.
Yeah, we've only been able to pop bitch one time. Vin's is Cree and Sue. Directly down the middle.
I threw a pebble
I
and
love
he's
that.
going for it?
Oh my god. Alright. You gonna watch me? Yeah? My vegan meat?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I gotta go.
Did you really just?
I'm on death!
My vegan meat was not very slippery. Eli, why are you cursing us?
And you can be. And you know what? You're allowed to be. And you know what? And you know what?
My game is down the drain just because you.
Eli has cursed us, you guys. We're cursed. It's actually down the drain because Eli has given us the blueies. So Eli double cursed us? Eli double cursed us? Oh my god.
I have a question. I'm so sorry. I know we're streaming, but
yes.
Eli's a sub, so Eli should have had a discount.
A discount?
But
Yeah.
it didn't.
Oh.
I'm dead here.
Oh. I don't know.
Because it said that Eli paid full price.
iPod, welcome in.
To, like,
What if I bought a
refund
house?
that?
Are you buying a house, iPod? It's good to see you. I don't know. I don't think so. But you could always play it again, and then technically he got a discount.
I'll do that then.
He's coming.
Eli, you got one blue knee on me.
Zach is streaking with a 100 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. Is Nakey Zach in the chat? Nakey Zach, let's go. Rolling dice in the corner. Oh my god, yeah, that's what was happening. That's what was happening, Vince, for sure. Also, True, welcome in. You'll save them, yeah? The country sound is about you? Wait, what do you mean?
Oh no.
What do you mean the country sound is about me? Oh, we got a pop!
I'm your white whale. Thank you so much for the follow.
He went to a further hook.
Love me some gambling on Hook Escapes.
Sorry about that, guys.
Listen, we're just goofing. We're goofing and we're memeing.
If only I took a hit for you.
Hi, Biff. Welcome in. How are you today? I'm an Indian outlaw, half Cherokee and Choctaw. My baby, she's triple wash. She's one of pen. Wait, that's a song, right? What song is that?
I'm committing.
Why? You're a death hook.
Oh, yeah, because you said song. Okay, the
Possibly.
country song. Country song. I do know those lyrics. I don't know the song, but I do know those lyrics. I've seen them before. Imagine.
You're such a fake friend.
Imagine that song was about
Wait,
me.
I'm still in the locker, but I'm down.
Wait, who's in the basement? Ubu. Ubu, what happened? Why are you in-
I'm still in the locker, but I'm down.
Yeah, you're frozen.
How are you in the locker and down?
I see that. He glitched you out.
He's looking for me.
This is where you win the game.
Imagine playing games for fun. Couldn't be me. We're only sweaty here. What do you mean? It's a sweat fest up in here. Bring your deodorant. What brand do you use? I love you, True. Thanks so much for having
for free with Prime.
Excuse me, Biz.
I don't
Thank you
know
for the
either,
Prime.
Mr. Man.
I know you only get one of
That
those,
was
so thank you for using it
weird.
on me. Thank you for using it on me. You played Mecha Chameleon? Oh my god, I need to play that game. I have it. I've not played it yet.
That was really weird. How you doing, Drew? Hi. You ain't
Nepo
supposed to be
trying
found.
some sneaky Laka tactics.
Bessie, I actually use ladies deodorant. Well, that's marketed towards ladies because like, why are we hiding products? But
Well,
I use the degree.
because I can tell you why. There's a chemical reason why.
Oh, there's
Um,
okay, I didn't know
There's
that.
an actual chemical reason why.
Okay, never mind then. Well,
Which is
it-
why
I
that
feel
some
the-
women wear men's deodorant because it works better on them.
Tunnel me,
So-
Let's see,
tunnel
that's
me.
Sorry about that, guys.
The degree and the blue one, that's the black and white or whatever. For like black shirts, white shirts, whatever. That's the one I use, and it works amazing.
But wait, what happened to my team?
We died because you told us to take a test.
Listen. I was the only one I
Joseph
think whose
Inessen
meat
just
wasn't slippery.
resubscribed for
Are we
18
having a
months
shared
at
hype
Day
train?
1. Thank you for 18 months.
Are we?
Ghosts. We have
Oh
a
my
hype
god, we're hype
train.
training.
We're high train.
Whee!
It's a
We're hype training in this economy.
in
Thank you guys for the
Dang.
hype train. Choo
this
choo.
economy,
If you got the choo choo emote, I want to see a choo choo emote. Choo choo.
I've never been in
It
this
is
shared
utter
hype-
chaos right now, and I love
Look
it.
at the rainbows.
Rainbows everywhere.
I've never been in a shared hype train. This is my first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Congrats on the shared hype train. I'm glad that we could share our first shared hype train together while we were slippery with our meat. That's so great.
You were my first. Man, this is so exciting.
I love this for us. I love this for us.
Dude. It's so cool.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, thank you so much.
Jojo, thank you for the 18
I gotta
months. I
get
heckin'
sound
love you.
alerts for
I heckin' love you. That's insane. And also, Hillary, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you guys
Thank
so
you.
much. All right,
This
we're
is
doing
so
a band next, you said?
Are we doing a band? Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Bardic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Scene partner. And oh, what should I use for my last one? Oh. I could either do
Dakota Cooler
We're a little
2000 gifted a
indecisive.
tier
Oh,
1
thank you so
subscription to the
much.
community. Enjoy your stay
Dakota!
at Shana's Sunny
I've
Meadows.
got one too.
Thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the 2 gifted. That's so sweet of you. That's
So
so sweet of you.
exciting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Also, if I missed anybody's chats, it's definitely chaotic.
Wait, that's
Please
so cool.
don't stop chatting. I heckin' adore you guys. Get in on the fun with us. It's a good
Brittany
time.
gave one to Drew.
We have a 4 stack
love
right now,
Drew.
Mary, but thank you. I hope your
Astro
day's
Boy,
going well. I hope you're having fun
they're
with your
amazing.
games
We love
too.
them.
I hope you're
Thank
having
you
a
so
lot of
much,
fun with your
Panda.
games.
And Dakota gifted
Uh,
to Shana.
They have a lot of medals in.
Everyone
Wait,
is just so
axe?
kind
Oh,
today.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Oh, it's by Tim McGraw. It's by Tim McGraw. Yeah, I don't
It's a
really
crazy night
listen
with me,
to.
Pug.
I don't really listen to a lot of country music, so I don't
Sorry,
know.
I'm probably talking
Wait,
all over you.
what
talking in the
is-
chat. My bad.
What is the? What is? Oh, I'm having a brain fart. What's the perk called where you can, you pretend to die and then you can get yourself back up?
Plot twist.
Thank you. My brain was not braining. I knew there was. I knew it. I just couldn't remember. I was like,
I got you, Pookie.
what's it called?
That's
Finish
so
repairing
cool,
a generator
though.
or have
Everyone's
another
being so
survivor.
amazing and generous
I
today.
know.
Thank you guys so much.
Best community. Best community.
They really are. Like, your community has come over and supported me, and it's been so nice.
I love
Thank
them.
you.
I love them.
I
And
hope my people are doing it too. Please, like,
Yeah.
Spread love over to
They
Shana
are.
whenever she's streaming if you can.
We share now.
Ah!
Listen, all of our meat was slippery together. So,
I think mine was a little extra slippery.
yeah, mine was on the dry side today. I must not
I
have
used that
hydrated very
Astroglide.
much. So,
I
sorry.
used that Astroglide.
Thank you guys for that hype train, though. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. We're at a level 3, 38%. That's crazy.
Is the shared hype train different than the regular one?
It just means that it levels up depending, like, it doesn't matter which side gets, like, bits or which side gets gifts. And so, like, if you, like, I think you can still, like, beat your record and stuff with a shared hype train. So if, like, your record is, like, a level 10 and we shared reach, like, level 15, it can beat your record and things like that. So, and people
That's so
get
cool.
people get the emotes together that
It
way.
says it's a new record for me because I think the shared one's different.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Let's go.
So
I
this
didn't
is
know that.
completely new for me. It says
Let's
we
go.
are 3 subs or 1.3 thousand bits away from getting to the next level.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's so cool.
Hell yeah. I love that. I love that.
It's so freaking awesome. I'm learning. Sorry. Hi, chat. I've streamed for 3 years. Would you believe that?
No, it's a newer feature,
never
though,
had
so...
this.
It's a newer feature. It's a newer feature, so...
It's so exciting.
What are we running?
We're a band,
Whatever you
so
want.
whatever you want
Just any
for the
band?
band. Yeah.
Cool.
You guys are bringing lights. Can I bring fog?
Yeah. I don't have fog on.
You
That's what I was looking for.
Oh, take care of
Alright, I'm gonna bring fog for the band.
Oh, expand train. That's so freaking cool. Thank you, thank you, Shana's stream, and thank you, Mike's stream. That's so exciting.
Yoda is hyped. I think Yoda is too hyped with his banana. Yoda's gonna scare everybody away. Yoda's scaring me.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
So, if Yoda scares at you, put a 1 in the chat if you need help in therapy now. Put a 1 in the chat if you need help in therapy now. Don't worry, we're here for you.
What is happening over there?
You know, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, Nepo.
All-time shared record shattered. You've reached new levels of support.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for that hype train.
That's so cool.
Playing a whole lot more. I've actually gotten good. I love that, Mary. So, Nepo, last night we met Mary. Mary was one of my survivors that we were playing against, and Mary was playing with her boyfriend, correct?
I remember them. I was watching.
Yes.
I was there.
Oh, you were
What
there
is-
during that time? Oh
What?
my god. It was so funny. It was so cute. So cute. I
Was
love
it
that you're still
Aztec?
playing and having a good time. We talked about deodorant, and I just got a deodorant ad. They're listening. They're listening. Expand the train, and you can see what you get in the split. Oh, that's so cool. There you go.
You guys are tired.
Yoda likes that banana a bit too much. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. You're tired.
Yeah, I'm tired of carrying the team.
Yeah, that's valid. I'm sorry.
Shit. Sorry, I'm picking my nose.
I'm so what?
I was picking my nose. I had a boogie.
Did you use a tissue?
Yeah, I got 'em right
Okay,
here. I always keep
that's
tissues next
good.
to any screening device that I have.
That's good. At least you used a tissue.
If there's a screen in my house, there's a tissue box next to it.
That's a good thing. See, these are good things.
Especially
I
with my
took that
slippery
another.
knee.
Yeah, I took that another way, but you know, it's fine.
What way? What way?
Nothing, babe. Nothing.
Are we meeting in Maine to perform?
Do you think ETC's?
I think I need a drink after that.
Yeah, we're in Maine. Where's Shana?
I'm right here.
And a 2, and a 7, and a 9. Said maybe you're gonna.
I don't think he's gonna be the one that saves us at all.
It's like what?
Yeah, you like our band? You wanna join? You wanna join the band, Mr. Knight? You wanna join the band? These chicks don't even know the name of my band. They wanna hold hands. Cause once I blow, they know that I'll be the man.
Is he playing bad?
All because I'll be
bad?
the lead singer of my band. My band, my band, my band, my band. Okay, fine, I'll work on the gen. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Knight. Yes, Mr. Knight, sir. Anything you say. Oh, oh God. Oh God. He scared me. He scared me, Mr. Knight, sir. Ah! Why is he stabbing my generator?
Oh no, you can finish that sentence. Yes, Daddy. Specifically, Neepa's
I've got some
Daddy.
jobs ready for you.
Oh my God. Oh!
You and
Oh, you're a big boy.
I'm so sorry.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh.
Ice Queen, welcome in, love. Miss Ice Queen streaming too.
All right.
Are you still
Go
live,
hook
Miss
me.
Ice Queen?
Go hook me, Mr. Knight, sir. Oh. I thought he was gonna hook me.
That is hot. Thanks for attending.
Jojo, enjoy your Hantu cold brew. How are you? Killer, welcome in. How you doing, Killer Doll? Enjoy those Abake fingies.
My paging nurse Shana.
Nurse Shana will be here later, don't you worry.
Darling, are you a controlled substance?
Bam!
I'm wondering because you're highly addictive and require a double signature.
Is this illusion? Fast fault.
Fast fault. Oh.
Tell him to hook me.
Oh.
Yeah, let him get his points.
Yeah.
He went along with the silly.
He sure did.
Oh, we were streaming just here. Oh, you're a big boy. Hey, oh,
Wait,
sorry,
ready?
y'all talking
Ready?
out
Ready?
over there.
Plot twist. Oh no, I'm down, Mr. Knight. Hook me.
Oh,
You like it?
Yeah.
ads. I gotta run ads after this match.
Mentally,
That's
in.
fine.
Why am I exposed?
A bam! Bam!
I've got some jobs ready
Slam,
for you.
slam. Night is hot.
Like, okay,
Oh my gosh.
I queued up. I waited 4 minutes in queue.
Listen, you rarely see a nice night, so I'm excited about this.
Right?
I'm excited about this.
Go get your other hook.
Let's go finish our gen.
Go get
I
the
want
other
to pop
hook.
pop, bitch.
Oh, am I dead?
What's up, Crocodile Tears? Hisashi Buddy, how are you? Oh no, wait, is he killing you?
I fear. I'm scared. I am. I'm dead. It's okay. It's okay.
The betrayal!
It's whatever. I'm not crying. I just had an onion in my eye.
No, not the betrayal. I thought we were friends with Mr. Knight. Tarts. Enjoy your tarts. Enjoy your tarts. How are you doing today, Claw, by the way? Are you feeling better? Friday night hookups? Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm
kind of functioning. Oh, he interrupted my song.
He's like, okay, I'm tired of this shit.
But we only have 2 gens left, and I was performing. This is, see, we need our slippery meat. Mr. Knight, sir. I think he decided he didn't like our band.
Yeah, he's tired of our shit.
Well, we'll have to ask him if he's on PC to rate our band on like a scale of 1 to 5. I'm thinking he might give us like a 2. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. What you been up to, friendo? I mean, is Phantasm wrong? I see you didn't like our band. No refunds.
Okay, guys, that was our last performance.
On our performance.
Okay, hear me out. I have an idea. Right?
Okay. Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
We all run no mither.
No, not yet, Hillary.
And plot twist. And then we go hide.
Okay.
And whoever gets found by the killer first loses.
No mither, plot twist, hide.
And whatever else you want.
And then whoever gets found first loses. I'm down.
Yeah.
No, I'm down for this. Yeah. Okay. I'm in. I'm game.
I can't. I don't have Nick Cage.
Oh no.
You don't have Nicholas?
Nope.
He has the best perks.
Okay. What if you do no mither and then what is it, Mad Grit? And then you just go hide somewhere.
And Mad Grit? That's a killer perk, bestie.
Oh no. What is the one that makes you that the one that like he's biting the thing?
Iron Will, but you don't
Iron
need that
Will.
if you're running no mither because they buffed no mither to be 100%.
Did they buff it? I didn't realize they buffed it. Oh shit,
No
I missed
mither
that.
is 100% quieter.
I
No
never
fool
run
just
no
one
mither.
amp,
I'm not
fucking
crazy.
bastard.
I'm not crazy. I
still hide
never
with
run no mither. Okay.
Wait, I love that emote.
You could still no mither. You could do a no mither and something else if you want to, Ghosty.
Is that a raid train emote?
Oh god.
Oh,
Who's how
run
are
ads
you?
really quick.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
And I might go potty while I do that.
Go right ahead. Missing
Can
a
you
drip
keep
because I'm
my
exhausted
stream
due to being awake for
entertained?
24 hours. No,
Can I put
probably
Eli
not.
in charge?
Probably not. You know, I don't know that putting Eli in charge is a great idea. I feel like that's actually a very bad idea. Like maybe
Nah,
maybe
Eli
don't do
can
that.
it. Eli, if Eli's here, Eli's in charge. In fact, he's in charge of your stream too. I'm VIP. I have that. I'm kidding. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right now to go potty. Oh, and everybody in my stream and in Shana's stream should look at the
Should we do wait? Along with no mither and scene partner, should we do flip flop and power struggle?
Oh, that would be messy.
Just
But that was good.
yeah.
Okay, I was reposting your thing.
I also don't have flip flop.
Oh. Well, you run whatever you want in place of those. It's your choice.
We're gonna get you these perks soon.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right
we
back.
gotta get you the perks.
You know, I'm just gonna run my normal build because you guys suck.
No mither and flip flop.
No,
Yeah. Listen, I'm terrible at remembering perk names clearly. Nobody bring it up. Nobody bring it up.
Welcome back.
I'm so ready for this. I'm gonna win. With my bright ass Vittorio. My bright ass Vittorio. It doesn't matter how bright he is. He can shine like the sun. And I'm still gonna win. Oscillating between mania and madness. You know what? That's so valid. That's so valid though. Honestly, same. Honestly, same. Can relate. Can relate. So valid. So valid. Better, but I'm grumpy. Grumplestiltskin. Oh my god. Today, basically
Okay, I am
ludicrous
returned.
rollout. Welcome back. We've got a job for you. It's on perpetual loop in my brain. Oh my god.
Listen.
Roll out. Listen, that's a good song.
What do I have
I
to
get it.
do?
I get it, Claw. Also, Purple, welcome in. It's good to see you. Guys, go check
Oh
out
my
my friend
gosh, you're
Purple.
dropping?
Enjoy your flat white zombie. Enjoy, enjoy. Enjoy, enjoy. Yeah, we dropping like it's hot. Dropping like it's hot. You know?
Welcome back.
You know how we do around here.
I'm not gonna land. I landed yesterday though with like an 80.
Listen, there's times where you'll land over and over and over again, and then you'll just go into like this dry spell where you don't land for the longest time. It's honestly tragic. Honestly tragic. You should play on controller for a day. You know, I could make that like a charity challenge. We could make that a charity challenge. If you guys would want to see that. It would probably be really bad. Just to warn you. It's probably not gonna be good. You're hot. What did you drop, Shana? You're crazy. I dropped my sanity. You're so quiet, Uvu. I don't think I've ever heard you this quiet in my life. She's a sweepy, Uvu. Love bug, enjoy your Polty. How are you?
So like to be
GG's on the words,
losers.
by the way, guys.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Not you, Uvu. I like you.
Right, right.
Specifically you, Uvu.
You scared me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I
Is
thought
it
you were
a
the
self
killer.
killer?
No, I had Terror Radius. Oh, it's Freddy.
Girl, you can
I
tell by
think I
the
found one of
clocks
the
on our
greatest
things.
spots.
I just saw the clock.
I think I found one of the greatest spots. I'm hidden.
How come I can't? Yes.
Oh, I forgot we were going for pallets.
I
Oh yeah,
forgot to
your
put on
stream dropped to like frames. Crazy.
Oh, I don't have plot twist on. I'm a goober. I accidentally
Yeah,
left
well,
scene I accidentally left scene partner instead of plot twist. Listen, I think I forgot to take my meds today. I'm gonna be really honest with you.
Take them now. Med check.
Oh,
If you're able to.
it's
Med check.
ADHD meds. I probably shouldn't take them at 9 p.m.
Then don't do that. But also
They're
reminders to everybody,
stimulants.
med check, hydrate, food, all of the above.
Also,
and then some.
wait, why did I just have a skill check sound and there was no skill check? Is my stuff okay?
I told you drop frames in your stream.
Dang.
Oh
Okay,
my
so
god,
is
it
the
was
killer
Claw! It was an alert from Claw. Claw, you scared the shit out of me. That was so. Is the killer AFK?
I don't know, I'm bored.
He is.
He's AFK.
I gotta cleanse totems. I'm just gonna do my challenge.
All right, so I'm
All
gonna
right.
point farm then.
Well, yeah, let's get some points and then let's try this again and I'll put the right perk on.
We all get on our own gin. We'll get some points.
Okay, nobody come to my gym. It's
I'm
mine.
gonna come share a gin with
I'm
you.
on my way to your gin.
No, it's
You don't
mine.
want cooperative points?
No.
Not with you.
Wow, you don't want cooperate with me?
Cooties. Don't touch her gym. She has cooties.
I'm gonna touch all over your gin. How about that?
That sounds so wrong. Don't ever. Don't touch my gym.
I'm gonna threaten you with a good time. I'm gonna touch all over your gin. I kind of figured you didn't take them. What do you mean by that,
I don't
Jojo?
know whose gin I felt by.
Been a little sore here and there, both on Twitch and YouTube. Nothing bad. I wonder if I just have too many tabs open right now. I might have too many tabs open. That might be the issue. That might be the issue. If it's
Oh, my neck
bad,
popped,
let me
y'all. It
know,
was
and I will close some
amazing.
tabs. Ooh, I'm jealous.
Why did you automatically? That's kind of creepy.
Because I'm aware of my surroundings, Pookie.
Oh, goodness. Might be AFK until you get some gens done.
Mr. Poop.
Oh, you know, that might be true. You think it's an... I've never seen a
in-game
Freddy with an
build?
in-game build.
Nah. It couldn't be,
On
right?
Freddy?
On the Fredward?
Surely he wouldn't do that.
There's no
Hold
way.
on, will you let me know? I gotta do it for my quest. Me quest.
Your quest.
He's called me quest.
Sylvan wants to F around and find out number 3. I will grab that for you in just a moment, Sylvan.
Pop, pop,
Oh.
bitch! Pop,
Oh,
pop!
his
Tunnel me,
Rancor.
tunnel me!
His
Sorry about that,
Rancor.
guys. Oh, so we need to find,
Hey, I'm gonna die. I'll die.
Is he running around?
No, he's standing still, but he has Rancor. It's an in-game build.
Shana,
Okay,
don't pop your
hang
gin.
on.
Shana,
Hang on.
don't pop your
Yeah,
gin.
Don't pop your gin. Don't pop your gin yet. I'm gonna pop mine. That's Rancor.
So, do we need to find your... you just need to hide, Dippo. Someone, we'll get on a door. We'll get on a door. Maybe cleanse all the totems. I cleansed one. How many totems are
I'm
left?
cleansing another one. I'm cleansing another one. This is 2. Is anybody else on a totem?
I've
Totems?
most of them because I can't find any.
There's 5 on every map, so...
I've cleansed like 2.
Okay, and I've cleansed 1. Nepo's on 1, so there's 1 left somewhere.
Wait, I did 1. You did 1. And Ghosty did 2?
Yeah,
I believe.
So there's 1 left.
there's 1 left somewhere. I'm looking.
Has
I
anyone
just checked
office?
outside.
I have checked office when we first arrived.
Not yet.
for one.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna die! I'm gonna get murdered! And I have thing of 1 up!
No. You're not gonna get murdered. No.
If I could turn back.
He had a dream. You moried Sable and wants a piece of... Wow, listen. I didn't mean to mori Sable. It was an accident. Do you know what an accident is? Have you ever had one?
Have you ever
Your mom
had
did. I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry.
Hey, yo.
Damn.
I'm so sorry.
Nasty.
Listen. I had to. It was left out in the open for me to do it. I had to take it.
Okay, I fear if there is one totem left, right? We'll see the aura if he has no.
It's bugged.
Matter anyways, because we're
No,
all
it is
injured.
bugged, and you don't always see the aura.
Well, we're also all injured already, so
Right.
does it matter? So let's do this last
Ghosty's
gen.
not injured.
I have to get into a locker on last gen.
All right, let me find a door. Hold on.
We need 2 people at doors, 1 person on a gen, me hiding in a locker next to a door.
I'm at a door.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
No, you're not.
I found it!
Since you're being so dramatic, I hope you do die.
You know what, Dusty? Remember when we talked about looking for the door? Yeah?
What about it? What about it?
NOED gives 4%
Hella.
haste
What
too.
about
Oh,
it?
see, there we go.
Let me
touch
wake
me.
you up!
Don't touch me.
Okay. Is someone ready to get on a generator?
Thank you for the game yesterday. No, thank you. Thank
I'm
you,
running
silly.
past Uvu right now.
I had a
giving
lot
him
of
high
fun.
five
I had
right
a lot
now.
of fun.
Hold on.
I'm on a gym.
Okay, I'm at a door. And I'm terrified.
I'm at a door
I can't even
and I'm
find
ready
the
to open
door.
it.
I can't even find this.
Yeah!
I don't know how to wait, I can use the fog and signal to you. Ready? I got this.
No, I'm at
Follow
a
the
door.
fog. Oh.
You motherfucker.
Let me wake you up.
It does, Scully, it does! I'm gonna die! Do they get aura also on Rancor?
No.
Or is it just a survivor that gets aura?
It's just the survivor.
Okay, but I'm asleep. I feel like I need to wake up really quick.
Uvu's
So I'm gonna
putting
do
in
that.
work with that gen. Get it, Uvu?
They're still gonna be asleep, right? Or they're still gonna be AFK.
I
or
wish I was that
hilarious.
gent. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh shit. Oh
Wait, don't pop it yet!
shit.
Don't pop it yet! Don't pop
Pop
it yet!
it.
I'm almost there! Okay, now you can pop it.
That sounded wrong.
Exclamation point pop!
Pop, pop!
Good.
Permanent.
No way out.
Okay.
He's awake! He's awake! He's awake! He's moving! He's moving! He's moving! I knew it! I called it! I knew it! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm literally gonna die.
I got you, Shana. I got you. Together.
Prado pallet, Nepo.
I can
Go
be
wake yourself
worried.
up, Ghosty. Go wake yourself up. You're asleep. Ghosty!
I'm waking up. Good lord, stop fucking yelling at me.
Oh, I was
Door's already
lagging.
open.
I was lagging. The door kept going backwards. And you
Yeah,
just
'cause
walked
you're
out.
blocking frames and everything.
You walked out, but
Wait,
then
how did he
came
move-
back.
How did he?
Why?
Wait, how did he Mori Uber?
I'm not sure.
Oh, he
I-
has. I know what he has. He's betrayal.
What's
Oh my gosh,
betrayal?
there's no fucking way you guys left after me. Oh my
I'm-
God,
I'm-
there's no
Oh my
way you
God,
guys
beautiful.
left me.
I'm lagging so badly, Nepo. I don't know what's going on. Nepo, I don't know what's happening.
Perk that changes. I'm good. I'm out. His game of foot. He. He didn't move at all till it's somebody. Whoever he's had the most chase with becomes the obsession. When chase with anybody, the second that he hit Ubu, Ubu became the obsession and he killed Ubu.
Oh shit.
He did have no end. He had a, that was terrifying. It did not go
That's
his way though
crazy.
because we have like a combination of what like.
No.
10,000 hours
My
of
game
all
was
of us.
my game was lagging really weirdly. My game was lagging really weirdly, so I don't
He
know.
just sat around and did nothing for no reason.
Also, you got the hermit,
I've only
Sylvan.
played this
You're
game
safe.
for 6 hours. I just want you to know that.
You safe? For 6 hours? Why you trying to lie? Why you trying to lie, Ghosty?
I only have 6 hours on this game.
On Switch?
On this game right here. On this
Mm-hmm.
platform.
I'm gonna fix my loadout. Okay, hold on. Plot twist. I'm gonna do it right this time.
We're going tries these againsies?
It's like
Try-
something like
Tries-ys
updating your
againsies, yeah.
backend or something.
I don't know. Hold on.
Because
Let
your
me.
like
I don't-
stream just keeps like.
My game was doing some weird shit, and let me just check. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what's going
Someone
on.
is
I'm gonna be really honest.
Is that me? Was it me? Because I didn't help.
I zoned out. I'm back though.
You zoned out. It happens. It
I
happens.
have returned into the world of the humans.
Okay. Let me see if that helps. I don't know what else. Maybe. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything really running or updating that I can see. What are you laughing for?
Sometimes I just randomly text my mom and I just text her hamburger. No further context.
I love you.
I'm sorry. I really want a cheeseburger.
I love you. It was an accident though, Eli, I swear. Oh God. Game afoot, that's funny. That was crazy. That was crazy. Is your internet speed okay? Let me run a speed test. That's actually a really good idea.
Okay, so
Ready,
it'd be
bye.
off the
Stop being
corners.
weird.
ReadyBot and I are fighting.
Demon? Stop calling it that. Demon! Stop it. Stop talking to it. No, I just want to talk to the
Alright, I'm gonna run a speed test.
Lee's over here like, I got the good internet. You're gonna do an internet speed
What's
test
that
while
like?
you're live?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Looks like there are others
My
out there in
speeds
need
are
of help.
fine. That doesn't mean they're steady. But my download is at 494 and my upload is at 40, which is it's lower than it normally is, but you know, it's definitely multi-streamable.
Here we go.
Definitely multi-streamable.
Sorry, I was checking
so
into Cooper.
I don't
had
know.
to make sure I saved my
Yeah, checking in my bestie.
streak. I was checking in on Jelly too. I have them both pulled up right now.
Welcome
As
back.
you should. As you should.
Miss Ice Queen's live too, and she popped up in here. That's insane. Miss Ice Queen's iconic.
13,000 bit. Oh my god, that's insane. That's insane. Leigh, enjoy your yokai latte.
Save all you guys.
Okay, hopefully that's so much better, guys. I'm so
Okay,
sorry. I don't know
that
what was going
gorgeous.
on.
Fuck
I don't know what was
11.
going on there. I'm so sorry.
That's what I do to Shana. I push it like every night.
So I have no Mither, Flip Flop, Power Struggle, and Plot Twist. I did it right this time.
Thought I was doing voice acting for a second.
Why?
Because I was mimicking 11, and you know the lore, nobody else does.
Oh.
I mimicked 11, I went, eh. I did her little ring thing, made the sound.
Oh my god, Nebo.
You know,
Nebo,
I've never
please.
mentioned that on stream before. Like, I'm not ashamed of it at all, but like, I've never told anyone. Maybe I need to start bringing that up. Maybe I need to make that like a bit redemption or something. Like what is it? What are they called?
A roleplay?
A roleplay power up just for that though, like to do like one of my 3 voice acted characters.
My encoding is overloading. Why?
I don't think that's
Why?
for, you know? So we won't mention that.
Oh, it's a Oni,
It's
so
an
you guys are gonna be found.
Oh, we are so fucked.
I'm Plot Twisting over here! Shana, come over here! Shana, over here, there's a double pallet!
Where?
Double pallet where I went down it! Come join me!
Don't we want to not get found?
No, I thought we were bringing Flip Flop. That's what you said.
We
you not bring
did.
it?
We did, but don't we still want to not get
Okay,
found?
Get on the other pallet. There's another pallet. There's another pallet next to us. Double up, double up. Free no mither, people.
It's a story that's rarely been told.
You ready? You ready? You ready?
A story that no mere mortal
We look like such bullies right now.
No! He got me! Save me!
Oh, he got you!
Goes in with a Sabo build! Goes in with a Sabo build! He's left! He left! He left! That's insane, you running Sabo. Are we bullies? Oh, I got hooked anyways.
No, we're
He
just
doesn't care.
goofs. We're not bullies, we're goofs. There's a difference.
He doesn't give a fuck. He's coming for you next. He knows you have plot twist. He's not stupid.
Oh, mine didn't work!
SD, do you have flip-flop power struggle? Button?
Yes!
Did you hit the button?
I have to hit the button.
Yes, you have to hit a button. You have to hit to drop the pallet.
Oh, I thought it just automatically did it.
Do you know how, like, you sound right
Do you
now?
know how things work?
No.
You sounded very like Regina George right now. I have to hit a button. I have to do work.
Did you plot twist again?
No, I ran into a table and fell down. I don't want to... He's taking me basement! Help! Phantasm B! I never...
Stay there.
I never run these perks, Phantasm! Don't you girl me, please!
He's going back to basement. No, he's not. He's kicking. He's waiting. Do it. Don't do it.
How do you get into basement?
Oni Bear. Listen, I clearly need to pay attention.
Well, obviously.
I don't either, but I know how it works, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't pay
Upstairs,
attention.
on the way.
I found it. Don't worry.
On the way.
Hi,
Go
thank
away.
you.
He's coming back. He's going for you.
Wait, he'll never see you.
Head ass.
Heal me, Ubu.
Can't heal you.
It was part of his build. He was intentionally AFK.
Neither. The previous killer was doing in-game.
Yeah,
They
he was
had a whole
doing
in-game
a
build,
special
and they went
thing.
to- We clocked it, so he didn't get anything.
Wait, what button do I press?
Oh my gosh, do you have flip-flop power circle also?
I have power struggle.
He's going for me because he knows he can't get me if I get under a pallet.
Same button to drop the pallet?
Sorry.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's spacebar or right bumper if you haven't
Okay.
rebinded it. Oh, was that GG's? Oh no, someone plot
No. I plot twisted, but like one of us is gonna need to get ghosty.
Well, we're dead.
Ghosty.
You guys threw the game. This is why I don't play with randoms. You guys suck.
Maybe Ghosty needs slippery meat for this, is what it is. Let's go, Uvu.
Oh my god, Uvu. My
Uvu to the rescue.
Ghosty! Okay, we died for Ghosty.
We make sure Ghosty gets hatched.
Ghosty gets hatched every game.
Ghosty, no! Why'd you do that?
Because I need you to go back down.
Oh my god, you just ruined... I'm gonna bleed out now. Thank you.
No, you can recover. You have no mither.
No, I was so close to bleeding out. I was so close to bleeding out is the problem. And I could have dropped the pallet on him. Ghosty.
Well, he was gonna bleed you out. He was gonna pick you up. He knew we had flip-flop power.
No, he didn't know that I had it. He didn't know that I had it. Because I didn't drop it on him before. He knew you had it.
You get Morty? Kitties!
I'm gonna get you, Ghosty.
Wow.
That's not real. I mean, it's kind of sandbagging because it you know, it you know, fooled my plan completely.
Let's do something different.
No, because I haven't even gotten to use it.
I'm gonna switch up. You run that bit. I'll switch up. I'm gonna run Object of Obsession for the funsies. I'm gonna run We See You, Object, Kindred, Open-Handed.
Alright, let me put you guys on the
Warn
drop
the fools
scene
that have no idea what
while we're on this. And do some more
terrorizing being that has no
and a drop. Exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote if you would like while we are readying up.
a destructive force that causes more
food.
damage than hurt. And this is a fate
Soon. Are we dropping?
not.
We're dropping like it's hot.
When anyone comes close to its
For my
domain,
channel, my bad.
it will rise
Liar.
from the ashes and torment them to death. And tonight is the night.
Even I. It's okay. It's okay.
Phantasm again?
Phantasm's hacking. Phantasm's hacking.
Hacker. Hacker. Hacker.
Let's go. We completed the level at the very least.
Blue.
Don't send me Steam messages while I'm live. It lags my computer.
Does it?
It's cute. It's cutely.
I
Don't
can't
message
even
me
see
while
a
I'm
thing.
live.
I'm just going off of blue.
Don't message me while I'm live.
And fuck. Blue has to be one, right?
It was JoJo's fault, not you.
That was a great conversation. I love you all so much.
I'm yelling at Leigh. Sorry.
I want to hear when you yell at Leigh.
Why do you want to hear me yell at Leigh?
I don't know. Cause.
Okay, then.
It makes me feel some type of way.
Does it? Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then next time I'll not mute so you can hear me yell at Leigh.
Thanks, Spook.
GG's on the words on stream, guys. GG's. Alright, let's do this. This person's comment literally just says Happy Tuesday, everybody. And that's it.
Happy Tuesday!
Alright, let's see.
Gosh, can you believe these people?
What do you mean by that?
It's a Jason. Oh my gosh. No.
I gotta find a good palette right here. This is the one.
I saved you, Ghosty!
This is the one. Dakota.
Dakota
Thank
Cola
you for
2000
the
contributed $5 to an item on Throne.
to
Thank
the
you so
book
much.
on Throne. I appreciate you.
I got you, Ghosty.
I appreciate you. He's eyeing.
Can Jason see people? Plot twist.
I mean, he can see that we're down.
He's gonna think you're a bad teammate because I just stared at you and walked away.
I did it!
And then you fought Bible.
I did, yeah. He's probably like, what the fuck?
You're something else. I freaking love you.
Ghosty! He touched my ghosty. We can't have this. We can't have this, you guys.
He sees my aura.
Are you running object?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll go get ghosty. I can help you heal. I'll be useful. I've been very not useful.
Damn.
Yeah.
Don't kill me! My teammates are useless!
That's me. Hi, I'm useless. I should just change my Steam name to useless.
You should. You should.
Wait, were you nearby when I dropped the pallet on him, Nepo, or?
Ish, why?
Because I was wondering if maybe he thought that you dropped it, or if he knew that it was me.
Oh, no, he knew.
Sylvan, I'll get your card in a minute. Just a moment, just a moment. We're gonna have to save Ghosty.
Okay, I'm half-ass ordering a pizza.
Half-ass. Why not full-ass?
Oh, hey.
I'm gonna walk away. No! I got you!
I'm coming, Ghosty.
Your partner might not save you, but I will.
No, I was on the way. Oh, I'm muted. I was literally on the way. All right. I guess we'll save Uvu.
Damn, I'm not gonna be able to
Gozy!
get
Gozy! No. Don't let him touch your honey buns. Oh, sorry. Okay. I think Ghosty's mending. Oh, he's eyeing. What's happening? What's happening? Ghosty, please let me heal you! Ghosty!
A noodle nugget!
Ghosty, stop being naughty in the corner! Let me heal
What's
you!
happening?
Ghosty's rolling dice in the corner! Ghosty's gambling! This is illegal! This is against TOS to gamba!
You're built different. Oh, the instant save is wild. You won't get Maury today, Pookie. I'll stay right here. He'll have to pick me up.
Wait, I'll come pile on too. Wait for me. Stop moving. Ghosty! What the fuck?
Did he leave us?
He did.
I was over here trying to save Ghosty's life and they just got me completely killed. You enjoy me yelling at Ghosty tonight? Ghosty's on their own from now on.
I feel like I am a victim of this. And if that killer knew anything, they would realize that.
Oh, you're a victim, huh?
Yeah! I am Shana Leigh!
Tell me more about your victimhood.
So, you want to hear this magical story about how once I had a friend who then turned out to be a big phony baloney, boom balati, hottie thotty, bitch!
Yeah? Tell me about it.
Shana Leigh!
Yeah? Tell me about this, Shana Leigh.
Well, I'll tell you what. She's not the people's princess. That's Diana.
Mother Diana. Look, we finished a gen.
Look at it.
The two people not running no minder dying first is insane.
He'll never find me in this bush. I don't know if he knows, but if he goes into his he can't see me on the ground or hear me.
I'm not trying to make anyone jealous, but I'm about to have the best pizza.
9, 8, 7. I'm very jealous. You got the devil, by the way, Sylvan? A little red light
yeah,
event.
wait, I was
supposed
to fuck around and find out. Forgot about that. You can just worry.
It's fine. He's gotta find me first. Where's basement at?
Main.
Okay.
You could just recover and go walking, right?
I don't want him to see me.
What if he has my stream up?
That's cheating.
Oh, you got rid of your plot twist there.
That's okay.
Pop, pop, bitch! Pop, pop! Tunnel me! Tunnel
Sarah,
me!
Sorry about that, guys.
You missed a lot of it. You missed a lot of it. We're just
We're just
memeing tonight.
we're goofing.
We did slippery meat. I think I'm the only one that actually got off.
Yep. No, wait. I think Ghosty and Uvu both did.
I didn't. I think Ghosty did.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Me and Ghosty being the only ones to get off. Iconic. And then we did a band thing.
How are you, Sarah?
And then we did the plot twist no mither. And
Also, hi KP and hi Inquiz.
And I'm ordering pizza.
Guys, go follow Sarah if you haven't. You guys already know.
Yeah, same on my side. Please follow Sarah though, because she's a friend.
We love Sarah.
She's iconic.
We love Sarah.
She once punched me in the throat. It was so cool.
In the throat?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. She told you to uninstall DVD. Wow. Wow. You single wheat bread? What? I'm looking for an e-girl, e-boy. Oh, it's because their name is wheat bread. Got it.
Oh, same.
I cannot with you guys. I cannot.
Wait, ask if he's gay. Tell him to come to my stream and to marry me and swift me away from you fuckers.
My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, we're just being super goofy. We're being super goofy. All right, I think it's time.
What a time to come in.
I think it's time. What's another?
Welcome back.
I mean, I could be naked. Or I can, if anybody has another meme build that I could do, we could try it. Otherwise, naked it is. We're playing naked. Of course I'm fruity. I play DVD. You know what? DVD is for the gays. DVD is for the gays.
DVD is for the gays. Tell them to come.
Feisty. Yes. Always feisty. What a time to come in. I hope you're doing amazing, British Steven. It's good to see you. Ghost, enjoy your Kool-Aid. How are you? I be
okay, hang on really
Nikki.
quick. I need to order my food before I get distracted again.
You do need to order your food so you can eat. I love that though. We'll go drop if you guys would like to drop and do some words on stream.
I'm almost done. In fact, I probably just ready up at this point. And I got time for like maybe one more.
Okay. You had an ice cream sandwich for dinner. I mean, an ice cream sandwich is really good, but I don't know if it's dinner. I don't know that that counts for dinner. I'm gonna run ads while we're in between games. Nobody misses a thing. This is where we'll stay. What you excited for?
Food.
Oh.
I had an icky date, and my mom was like, you know what? Here, and she sent me her credit card number and said order pizza. I was like,
You know, it's so valid.
Say less.
So
Fantabulated again? What is this bull? No, I call hacks. I call rig. I call bullshit.
You tell us what you call.
I call my representative to let them know how I feel about the current political climate, and I make my voice heard. And
As
all
you
of
should.
too.
As you should. As you should.
The way that I turned to STEM and to a statement. And if you live in the US, you should too. Hold your representatives accountable.
Oh my god. I can't see a single word in this words on stream. I'm looking at it and I'm like, I got nothing.
I want to fuck around and find out with 3.
3?
That's my number. That's my number, bestie. That's my number.
You got the devil. Ooh, she a devil. She a bad little bitch. She a devil.
No cooldown because I just did it. Shit.
Yep, no cooldown. That's fine.
Sorry.
9, 8, 7. You got death, Leigh. You're safe. As long as you have somewhere to hide. And maybe an incense, who knows? Or some holy
I
water.
have a place for you to hide, Leigh.
Honestly, holy water would work. I wonder... Hold on, let me restart my Steam Deck because as soon as I hit a button on it, my encoding overloaded.
That's so cool.
What?
I want a Stream Deck so freaking bad.
They're very convenient.
I was gonna say you should get a throne and put it on your throne.
It is on my throne.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I have one on there.
Spicy totem right here.
Get rid of that
Boo Boo's still running
totem.
on mine? Okay. I can't help Boo Boo. I would just give a free hit, she'd tunnel down. Okay, she goes into her power, I can. Now I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. I can help you, where you at? Okay, never mind.
Right here. Don't worry, Boo. Don't worry, Boo.
Get it!
Oh, Dakota!
Rough.
Dakota Cooler 2000 contributed $6
Dakota, you are too
to an
kind.
item on throne. Thank you so much.
You are too kind.
It was
Thank
just a little early. You had the idea though. You would have had it.
Yeah,
A
right.
gift
Thank you
on throne has been
again.
fully crowdfunded. Thank you.
You were
Thank you
literally like a
again.
second
We got a new book. We got a new book, you guys.
I need someone with me.
Oh, what?
So how you run Crash Zoo is you run it with 2 people.
I didn't. No, I know, but I don't know what you just said. All I heard was screaming.
Oh, I vocal stemmed. I said,
Oh, okay.
I need someone to me.
Oh, okay,
I go down
okay.
here.
I'm gonna grab Uvu.
I don't go down here. She keeps missing me.
Where are you at? Where are you running? I'll come run
Mid.
with you.
I got hit.
Mid. I'm coming.
I need a nurse.
I'm coming.
See?
I thought you were gonna. I thought you were.
We're the same speed.
I thought you were gonna vault was the thing, and so then I was gonna be able to get between you. But you in fact did not vault.
I'm in the pallet. Pallet. Flashlight safe. Flashlight safe. She went to a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
Alright.
so close too. Ugh. Ugh.
I seem to be infected. Let me eat this fungus.
You used to have both the XL and 16 feet? Oh, the stream deck. The stream deck. Yeah. I want to get one. They're really pricey.
She's on me now. She's in her human form.
If we can make it long enough, I'll run in and help. We're not getting gens done, but you know what? I'm just kind of fucking around. I'll be able to see where you're at.
Oh, she's in head form now, and she just smacked me.
I see you. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Keep running this way. Keep running this way.
Yep.
We got it. 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 Look, she knows how we counter it.
Oh, you're infected now, though.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Oh, I went to the right. I went to the right. I thought you were behind me.
I see you. Look, she's after me now. That's bad. That's really bad.
I thought you were behind me. That's why I wasn't dropping the pallets and nothing.
That was cute. You almost hit me. I'm an asshole. Don't listen to me.
Nepo. That was cute. I have a whole 817 in my bank, honestly, until payday felt. These white pieces are for British Demon and British Demon only, or else better get in the way. Oh my god.
You have a whole 817. Damn, you do better than me. Hey, calm down, Leigh. Calm down. Might be able to start auctioning off some of them coffee mugs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about DMS. I'm so sorry. I wanted to go save Nepo. Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Gotta wait till Shana is famous so the price goes up 50 times. The price is not gonna go up 50 times.
Orion Fireblade just resubscribed for 40 months at tier 1.
I'm not. I'm trying to run to some pallets.
I'll die for you.
Oh. The way you turned and looked at her.
It's just gonna slug, too. That's the gross part.
Oh, Ryan, thank you so much for the 40 heckin' months. How are you, love? It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you.
She wanted me dead so bad because she knows I know how to counter her.
Oh, no.
Then she's gonna hook you and go for Ubu because Ubu's no miter. Even more things.
Do you think she'll see my bright ass fit in this bamboo?
No.
I think No, well, unfortunately, she saw it. She did. She did in fact see my bright ass fit in the bamboo. I am absolutely not famous. I am nowhere near famous, and I need you guys to stop spreading these lies.
No.
I'm not famous.
Literally, I know your home.
Can we get an exclamation point pop?
Can we get an exclamation point? Shana's famous.
No, that's not a thing.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Plugging, run.
Oh. It only works for mods and VIPs. Pause. I'm sorry.
Pop, bitch! Pop! Tunnel me!
Sorry about that, guys.
Ghosty needs some fungus. Oh, she's coming, Ghosty.
Oh, that's GG.
Oh, this is a problem.
4 gens? Slugging at 4 gens is insane. Especially when we like 3.
We're just out here goofing, and she being so sweaty.
And then use your medkit to get Ghosty. Pass the baton. Oh, no minor! I didn't realize! Oh, I'm backseat gaming and I shouldn't have.
Why is she being so sweaty?
That's what I'm trying to understand the point of like slugging at 4 gens of people who are literally through it.
Who are literally just like clearly being goofy.
Like if they went out too, they'd be out faster if they just so good.
She's gonna feel extra goofy when she realizes at least 2 of us have 0 perks. How are the matches tonight? Oh, listen, we have not won a single one, but we've been hella goofy.
So
no, I lied. We did get out on one of
I
them.
can go ahead and do one.
We've been hella goofy on every single match, though. Hella goofy. Oh, you playing along? Okay. Got it, pause. Got it. Shana's our lovely streamer who locks us in a basement every now and then. Listen, I don't lock you in the basement every now and then. You guys live in the basement. There's a difference. And you like it.
Oh, I gotta run ad.
You like the basement, don't you? Aw, pause, that's really cute. Aw, thank you for playing, Uvu.
Thanks, Uvu.
It was
You're
fun.
my 3rd favorite person.
That's very kind of you to say.
That's hyper specific. Hyper specific.
Thanks. I love being 3rd. Alright, love
First
you.
is the worst, second is the best, 3rd is the one with the hairy chest. I'm sorry, Uvu. Uvu does not have a hairy chest, in fact. But you guys should go follow Uvu. We love Uvu. We love Uvu. Oh, God. Uvu does not, in fact, have a hairy chest, guys. I'm so sorry.
Guest. We have a special guest on my stream.
The baby?
It's Mr. Lord Charles Tubbington Manson III.
That's such a long name, Nepo.
Oh, it's my biggest, most amazing baby. Hi, baby. If anybody wants to see my oldest child, he is on camera right now. He won't be here long.
That's a mouthful.
He
It
won't be
truly
here
is.
long.
It truly is. Friday night sweat fest? No, for
They don't
real.
like camera.
Unless you're us. How's your Friday
It's
night going,
Charlie for
Duncan?
short.
How's your Friday night? Also, guys, go follow Orion if you haven't.
Hi, baby.
We love Orion here too.
I love him.
Also, if you guys
what
aren't
was that?
in
Shana
Nepo's
just said she
stream,
hates you.
excuse you? I was literally
Shana
just
said she's
telling
gonna
people
turn
they
you
should go
into a
follow
PhD.
you. What do you mean?
He's about to go down. He's about to get down. So if you wanted to see him, you got like 10 seconds. Oh, he's getting down. He's getting down. Oh, I'm covered in cat hair now.
Wow.
He doesn't
Wow.
like being on camera long.
There's some absolute blasphemy happening in this stream today, and I would like to call it out right now. Right now.
Yeah, Shana hates you.
Can we ban Nepo?
What? I'm out of curiosity. Please don't test it. But what happens if you ban someone that you're currently like collaborating with?
You know, I really don't know.
Do you think anything even happened? Like, it's definitely not gonna end stream together, right? It
I
would.
really
There's no way.
don't know.
I don't think it would. I think it would just play like normal, but I would be able to just like, if you have it set to where banned people can still watch, it would be like that.
Why didn't? It did. It did.
Oh.
Orion and I did it at the same time. That's why.
Oh. Am I
I mean,
banned?
not a real ban, but yeah.
Oh.
Not a real ban, but yeah. Yeah. Tee. Alright, I'm restarting my stream deck and seeing if that's what was causing the issue.
Cooper's so freaking cool.
She is. I love her. That's my best friend. I would do just about anything in the world for her.
They're just nice. They seem like a really nice person. Like a genuine
Mhm.
person.
She is. She is. She's a truly amazing friend. A truly amazing friend. All right. That's been restarted, so let's see if that helps.
Come in!
Oh.
We're
Go ahead
going
and
in!
just get rid of this totem that's right here since I'm
No, I
right
want
here.
that.
Well, it's my bones.
No, I want it.
Well, too bad. They're my bones. Oh, it's artist? Ooh, this is not a great map for her.
I still feel like, are we sweating? Are we locking in?
I mean, I'm still goofing,
Oh.
and so is Ghosty. Neither of us have, perks.
I'll carry. Wait, why did I see her aura? Oh, Kindred, I'm a dumbass.
I may have just smacked her with a pallet. I'm so sorry.
Do you have 100% ran hair towards me?
I don't know what you're talking about. She has no idea.
Go that way. I'm right here. I'm hiding. I'm hiding.
Are you telling her to go that way?
She's hitting the gin. She's hitting the gin.
Did she let you go?
I'm hidden. She doesn't see me. I blend in. I blend in. I got a face full of artist ass.
I love her though. I think she's gorgeous.
She's got the whimsy. She's got the Lana Del Rey skin on.
You whimsied her?
Maybe. Yeah, she whimsied with me.
You whimsy-teched her?
Yeah.
It should have been May. Should have been you. Sorry, I had to
Yeah,
say it
we
like that, Phantasm. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh,
Nightmare.
I'm sorry, I wasn't looking.
Nightmare. Nightmare. Nightmare.
Jelly, hi!
Talk over it. Okay.
Listen, I can't handle it. 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 I can handle nothing.
Thank you. Go tell Jelly thank you.
Hi, Jelly. I love you. Thank you. Guys, go follow Jelly. If you've
to
not
Jelly
hugged the
just
button at the
traded
top
with
of your
60
screen,
views.
hug it right now. It's free. We love Jelly. Jelly is one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network. I love her
Jelly's
very
a-
much. Oh, God, there's a killer right there. You should run the other way, Ghosty.
Jelly once throw punched me and like I only cried for like 2 seconds. Well, maybe like more than that. It was like 22 seconds. But it was still amazing that he was Jelly.
Shane Leigh. Shane Leigh. Jelly, how was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next, guys? We're memeing. We're having a good time. We're currently naked, Ghosty and I anyway. You know, Nepo's the obsession. She's obsessed with Nepo.
Yeah.
She's obsessed with Nepo. Oh God, how is everybody? Maple, welcome in. It's good to see you. Scully, welcome in. Astray, welcome in.
She might have
Ted would welcome
Iron
in.
Maiden.
Oh, so don't get in a, or do get in a locker multiple times.
She has the whimsy though, and she's in the Lana Del Rey skin, so I like her.
I gotta save Ghosty.
But not as much as I like Earth to Jelly.
I gotta save.
He's got
Okay, they've got
save, he's
Ghosty.
save, he's got save.
Okay, where are you hooked at? I saw your aura for
He's
a second.
teabagging. Why is he teabagging?
Because he did something, you know? He really did
He didn't.
something.
He saved and then
No,
ran.
no,
He's about to get downed again.
No, he really did something right there. He really did. Let me touch you, Ghosty.
I missed your twins game, Jeff.
Oh, she's
He's getting back on the
WSing him through the floor. I can see it.
Deserved.
Oh, God.
100% deserved. 100% deserved. He
Mr.
literally was
Alan
sitting there
Wake.
teabagging her.
Mr. Alan Wake. That's what you get for teabagging.
100% deserved. Thank you.
Do we
she's
save
standing still. I
him?
hope she's coming into my stream. I
Do
hope
we
she's in
save
my
him or
stream.
do we just point at him and laugh
I mean,
because he teabagged her?
I mean, we could save so we don't get reported. Let's play for real. But
All
he'll
right.
probably get tunneled out by her. He'll probably get tunneled out, which is honestly deserved.
Shana can't handle it. Follow Jelly or else. Exactly. Exactly.
Literally that. Follow Jelly or else.
Guys, Sunday, Jelly, myself, and Cowboy, and
Never get
Seba,
right.
and Lexi. Okay. We all have a tournament with caffeinated cryptids. You should make sure that you come to Cowboy's stream specifically, so you can support and cheer us on and hear the behind the scenes. Team Jelly, Team CC.
Team Shana. Team CC.
I will be running Nakey. I'm sorry, I panicked. I forgot she was whimsying with you.
I think she's looking for Alan.
Oh, you know what? She can have him.
100%. Going teabag like that.
I did say Sarah.
Shana, buy your
No, I said
Shana.
Sarah.
I said Shana. Buy your love, Ghosty, with the thing. Okay, I'm
I
gonna
said
find.
Sarah.
Oh, he got bound. He got bound.
Oh, I didn't mean to take your.
I can't wait to see this scuba emote of Jelly.
It was sent to me on Steam.
He's getting bagged again.
I saw that through the floor. Oh my god, that looked so inappropriate through the floor, actually.
It's deserved.
Anywho.
Teabag for literally no reason. I saw that. Don't worry, Pookie. I saw him bag you for no reason. Literally zero of the reason.
Am I still drawing that? If you have time. If you have time. If you don't have time, it's okay. I'm looking for one, but I found a wall instead. I don't want to talk about it.
Also, I don't know if I said it on my end, but anybody that's in my stream, also please follow Earth to Jelly and Sarah Dominus.
Yes.
They're both Team CC. They're both streamers. They're both really close.
They're both
friends.
hot.
I care about them. They're both fucking drop dead gorgeous. Really good friends. Please, 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 please follow them. On all the platforms too. On the Facebook.
Are you okay, Ghosty?
Yeah.
Yay!
Of course, Leigh. No, you.
Oh.
Give her your item, Ghosty. Give her your item.
Make a
And tell her no.
sacrifice. You gotta pet her
I have a
butt.
hook.
That's what I
still have a
did.
hook left. I still have a hook left.
She
too.
can hook.
get her
She
last
can.
hook on
She.
me.
Ghosty! Oh my god! What's happening? What am I witnessing? Turn your eyes, chat. Ghosty's rolling dice in the corner and they're WSing. Oh my god.
Oh.
What did I witness?
I'm gonna pop this, then run down, and I'll try to give her a hook.
Oh, Jelly's emote. She's in the front by the door over here.
This lady.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Come here. Go
I have a
this
hook.
way.
I have a
Here.
hook left, so she can hook me one more
And
time.
she's gonna be nice. I want her to get all of her points if she can. A hook. We got hooks. We got hooks. Yeah.
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
them. We have them. Yeah. We win. We have 2 nods. 2 nods beat 1 nod. 2 beats 1. 2 beats 1. 2 beats 1.
Clam slam me. Do it. Do it. It should have been you. And Nepo's only got one more, and then I'm gonna do some healer. So.
Yeah, this is the end of me. I have to go get my food.
Definitely you, Jelly. Definitely you.
Again!
Yes. Yes.
I freaking love her. I love her so much. Let me give
And
her a
she's
pound.
gorgeous. She gorgeous.
I'll give her one more. There's one
Okay.
there too.
You wanna heal me,
There's another
Ghosty?
pallet there.
Ghosty?
Ghosty might be handling something.
Okay.
Do you want heal points?
Yeah. Can I have a bite? I mean. Oh, I think she wants us to work on the door. Maybe not open it all the way.
Yeah. Here. I'll 99 it and then tell her to open it.
Okay.
Unless, do you want points too?
No, go for it. Go for it.
Oh, yeah.
It's been
I need
uploaded.
that email.
Let's
I
go.
have jelly sub. I literally... I have to keep my jelly sub. You. Come here, Miss Lady. You do it. You pop it. Yeah. Yeah, you get the points.
Yeah.
You do
I
it,
think
you
she
do
wants
it,
you to
do
get
it.
the points. Okay. Are we
Are we gonna
are we
start race?
racing?
we are.
Okay.
This is the best game to end on.
Are
so
you
happy.
Phantasm? I'm sorry. Yes, this is a great game. And I'm trying to wiggle the line up with you. I'm sorry, I'm not very in line here. There we go. Oh. Oh my god, what a great start. What a great start. Yes. Whee!
Look at her nodding.
She's great.
I fucking love her. I can't believe you
great.
teabagged her for literally no reason.
I know.
That's why we don't teabag people. She was whimsy and friendly. I freaking love you.
Whimsy and
I love
fun.
you.
Whimsy and fun. We love to see it. We love to see it.
I don't know if they are in chat or not. They nodded like they were on keyboard and mouse. But I know they added the ability to do that on console now, I think.
I don't know.
But, yeah, that was gross. Don't do that. Just literally play like a normal human being. Have fun. Be silly. I freaking love them.
I think it looks really good.
And I'm giving them a thumbs up. Has the whimsy. Great nods.
What was that? What was the loop for? Was that for the Kurasu one? Because I think we did do well on that one. I think we did.
What?
It was called that I looped the killer well. I think we did do well on that one until we died. Which happens. Yay! Vittorio's now P3.
Hell yeah!
Let's go. Thank you for the games. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much. Everybody follow Shana and send her subs and bits and everything else. If you get that weird little bar up, I think Vodka gets a pup cup. So do that. Is that what
You don't have to. It is. You don't have to do all that though. But you should follow Nepo.
The pup cup. The pup cup.
You should follow Nepo.
Somebody get 5 subs like right now.
Because we love Nepo. And if you're not following
and
Nepo, you're wrong. Jelly!
Earth to Jelly just subscribed for free with Prime.
Thank
okay,
you for
now
the
I
Prime for 10 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for using your one Prime on me.
Killer. I'll make sure Behavior gets a copy of the video for my video card. How did I help the killer? All I did was nod when you got. I didn't do anything. You teabagged, the killer tunneled you, and I nodded when you got hooked. But have a great day. Bye. Anyways, it's been a great stream.
Yeah, you didn't do anything wrong.
Like, what?
Also,
Like,
Draku, thank you for the biddies. We got a shared hype train approaching. Ravu.
Ooh.
You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Jelly is one of my very good friends. One of my very good friends. We are on my team that I started with my best friend, Nightmare Network together, and Jelly's one of our leaders on the team. And I'm also on Caffeinated Cryptid, Jelly's charity comp team with her. Bad! You're crazy! Thank you for the biddies! I'm on the team spiritually. Hang out and eat your pizza with us.
I had it.
Bother underscore Cather 333 just shared 1,000
No, you
biddies.
guys don't have
Ghosts.
to.
We have a hype train.
And you don't have to, no, but we love you and we want to support you because you're freaking amazing. Add you real quick. I got you.
You stop that. You stop
I got you,
that.
friend.
You stop that.
There
But you
go,
guys
we're
should,
friends.
however, go follow Jelly. Go follow Nepo. Go show both of them lots of love. Go follow Sarah, who's going to be playing with us on Sunday. And Cowboy, who's going to be playing with us on Sunday. Cowboy's going to be the one streaming. So, just saying.
I love
Just
it.
saying. You are on the team spiritually, Leigh. You are on the team spiritually. Very true. Very true. I think restarting my Steam Deck helped everything. So I think that might have been our saving grace here. Let me check.
It's iconic.
Killer on the Banquet has a bonus, so we might do
Can you get the killer? Can I request a killer?
Yeah. Can you request
you
one of the
gonna
ones
just
that I
wait?
don't have P3'd?
Have you P3 twins?
I've not P3 twins. I've never played twins before. I don't know. I don't really know
Twins
how.
is my favorite killer.
Oh my god. All right, you gotta coach me then. You gotta coach me.
I was gonna say, I'm not the best. I'm so upset Jelly's gone already because Jelly can tell you way better than me. But I do know a fun hex build. It's running Thrill, Third Seal, Face the Darkness, and I think Devour. I could be wrong. It might be or honestly Retribution could be good too.
Third Seal.
Retribution could be a good one too, honestly.
Face the Darkness. And Retribution?
Honestly, yeah, give it a shot. You might end up switching out Retribution, but you get 20 seconds of aura with Retribution, so
okay.
It's kind of goated.
Okay.
And then it's really good to have the add-on. I don't remember what it's called, but I think it's a purple one, where whenever Charlotte, when you switch to Charlotte, she has no tear radius. She's undetectable. That's a really good add-on. And Victor Speed's a good add-on too.
Crushing Victor while he's dormant reveals survivor's aura.
Leigh, why
Charlotte
are you
gains.
choke?
Oh, it's
You
the
gotta
red
choke
add-on
me.
that makes her undetectable.
Is
the
it
eerie.
red?
Yeah, it's the eerie one. Can I be the cheerleading squad? Absolutely. If being a friendly killer is being a friendly killer bannable in Dead by Daylight, or wait. Letting survivors escape, helping them complete generators, or avoiding unnecessary kills is not considered a bannable offense by Behavior Interactive. The developers have made it clear that playing nice as killer is not against the rules as long as you're not engaging in griefing or other prohibited behaviors.
And I did my tasks.
Yep. We unhooked.
I unhooked when I needed to unhook.
Mhm.
I healed when I needed to heal. And I was friendly with the killer.
There you go.
I didn't do anything wrong.
There you go. We can
But
maybe try.
I did nod when you died.
We can maybe try a merchant run tonight. So, yeah. Since I made the cards, can you give Nepo a free hangman? They need the choking. Bad! Excuse you? Bad, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much for the biddies. Listen, we will
Bother underscore
Bad, that's
Katha 333 just
That's
cheered
iconic.
That's
5,000 bitties.
crazy.
Literally 8. Literally 8. Bad said, what's 4 plus 4? I'll tell you. Boom! Drop it. That's insane.
Oh my god. When Nepo comes back with his pizza later, I might give him a little choking if he wants one. Which should we do for our second add-on? Thank you so much, Bad. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. You guys are being too nice. Too nice. That's crazy.
Die straight. It's time to hydrate, team. Oh, wait, that's on my side, but still. Someone hydration nation.
Listen, we can all hydrate. That's fine. I think we all know the answer to that. I mean, we might. This is the only fit that I have for her, so this is what she's getting.
So you want to know the funniest part about all of this is technically this is a shared hype train, right?
Yes.
Even though I didn't get anything in it yet, it's a shared hype train, but this is also the highest shared hype train I've had. It broke the
Listen.
record from earlier. It
That's-
still counts as being my highest hype train.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And you know what?
It still counts. It's hilarious. Don't do nothing. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop,
Shh,
stop,
you can't.
stop.
You can't. You
I'll
can't tell
hydrate
me.
at 80 proof. Oh, Ryan, what are you drinking?
Oh, Orion drinks the good stuff. Orion drinks
Thank
the
you,
good
Shana.
stuff. There's a, I love you, biddies.
Oh, thanks. Stop it.
You're welcome. No. You can't tell me what to do.
Going to lay down. I have both streams up on my PC. Oh, I'm about to leave. I'm about to leave, Leigh. Thank you. I'm about to raid out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get you some pizza.
Yeah, I'm
Go
gonna pick it
pick
up.
it
It's
up.
right around the corner.
What would the twins have as their third? Are they more of like coffee, more handcuffs?
Their friendship, you know, they're twins, clearly. But it's actually, have you ever read their lore?
Yeah.
It's sad. It is
It's very
so
sad. Yeah.
I feel like Charlotte and Victor would be, like, if they had the opportunity, they would be killers. They would be.
I think
they'd
a lot of the killers wouldn't be, if I'm being completely honest with
Some of them
you.
would.
Look at that
Wow, I
level
love you
4
guys.
hype train. That's crazy. Oh, Ryan, thank you for that. I love you, biddies. I love you. Have to be up at 3:45 for work. That's crazy. That's crazy. That should be illegal.
Oh, yeah, no, please go get some sleep because I know what time zone you're in and you need to go do that.
Maybe we put
That's gross.
Sable. So people
So
know
let
that
people know that you love Sable.
we save Sables and they get to live forever. Sables and chains.
Except for the one that you moried, right?
Listen, that was an accident. It was an accident. Why do we keep bringing up the past? Okay, where's my Sable? She's here somewhere. Why do we keep bringing up the past?
Saying. I'm just saying.
Okay, I also know, like, okay, so I've watched Jelly play twins a lot. I've watched Hellblazer play twins a lot, but obviously I've never played myself. I know the strategy is, like, slug. But, like, do you just, like,
That's
slug?
yucky, Leigh. That's yucky.
Witcher, thank you for the biddies, too. You
Go
guys are
get
so
some sleep,
sweet.
friend, for real. Like,
guys are so sweet.
Close the electronics. Get some sleep.
I don't know where my Sable is. You know what?
Well, thank you so much for streaming with me.
Thank you. I had a good time. I hope you did too.
Thank you for the stew. Thank you. It's so kind of you.
Of course. I love you, Nepo. I hope you know that.
Oh, I love you too and your community.
Oh, our hype train was at 69%, by the way. I hope you know. Ew. Ew.
It's because that's us. We're iconic.
Oh,
Okay,
goodness.
bye, Shana. Shana's chat.
Have a good night, Nepo.
Something strange tells me that I might see you again soon.
Oh?
Yeah.
Bye. Guys, if you haven't followed Nepo, go follow Nepo. I have a feeling there's gonna be a shout out going off here in a moment. But I need you to follow Nepo if you have not. Follow Nepo if you have not. This is my first Twins game ever and I'm really scared, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think this is gonna go well for me. I don't think this is gonna go well for me. I'm changing my title. We might do some more Survivor later. We might. But now, we're on the killer grind. Hope Hope you guys are ready. I'm nervous. Time for chaos. Ah, Matt, please. Okay. Where should we put her? Where should we put Charlotte? Maybe like maybe here? Oh, Victor can't throw poison. Oh, I missed her. Oh, it was so close. Okay. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, that was a pole. Oh, they kicked him. That's so rude, honestly. So rude. Very rude, very uncalled for, disrespectful, honestly. And they got rid of one of my totems. Also rude, uncalled for, disrespectful. I don't even know where that pallet was. I'm just gonna get rid of the progress on that, even though I didn't really need to. She's back in here. Okay. We're just gonna go after her as Charlotte because clearly that might be the go right now. There's no door there. There we go. All right, so we leave Charlotte here. We unbind Victor. I know there was one of them working on a gen over here. Where'd they go? Is that Nepo Daddy coming in here? Guys, if you're not already following Nepo Daddy,
just
I
traded
got
with
stuck
8
on a wall.
views.
I need you to change that. Go give him a sneaky cheeky follow right now. It's free, and you guys already know. I heckin' adore him. Oh, she got up. Stinky. And I know that you will too.
New donation from Bad_Cather.
Bad! Excuse me? Oh my god. I don't know why I just swung there. Nobody judged me. Nobody judged me too hard anyway. Alright, we're just gonna pick her. And we're gonna hook her. I don't think the camping meter goes up if we... Okay, it won't let us unbind Victor. There we go. Let's go. Someone's got birds. Okay. Let's go get her. Let's go get her. Nepo raid. Yeah, we love Nepo. Oh, that was a little rough. I'm sorry, B. I'm sorry, B. Oh god. How's everybody doing? That was crazy. Thank you so much, Bad. I'm gonna put your name on the stream here shortly. Don't you worry. I heckin' appreciate you. That brings us up to 61% for vodka surgery, which, by the way, guys, I took her today to get her blood work done. And, how dare you kick the baby? Basically, they said it should take maybe a week, and they'll be able to get back to me, so I know you just got off hook, but honestly, I just picked up this killer, so kind of don't care. Also, oh, I missed. Why'd we drop that? Let me break it. And I'm gonna hook you. Okay. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Is the baby? Apparently, we should not call him the baby on stream. I heard Jelly say that that's a TOS thing. Especially with like him getting kicked and stuff. Oh, I ran into an object. That was not good. I gotta work on my pounces. Oh, there we go. That was good. That was actually that was pretty good. W. I knew she was gonna vault that. Is she gonna vault it again? Yep. Okay. Matt streaking with a 10 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Matt in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. We love to see it. We love to see it. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this. And then we're gonna unbind Victor. If it'll let me. I'm right here. So we're right around the corner from her. They're not working on that, Jen. He's so fast. Zoom, zoom. We're just hella zooming over here. All right. How are we doing? Are we doing a decent job? I don't even know. Yeah, sorry about that. Only not really too sorry. Not really too sorry. All right, you're down. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I feel like with this event, maybe slugging is not a good idea because they can just get each other up with the tables. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, maybe not the best idea. Okay. Oh, I barely missed her there. That's okay. She's still on hook. Let's go. We at least know what Laura is trying to work on over here. Where do we think they're gonna try to sneak off to for heals, though? Because if they're smart, they're not going to heal out in the open. There's a lot of places that you could heal around here. Is the thing. Alright, that was a W. We're gonna kick that. Where did they just destroy our little one? Yeah, no. Savvy. You haven't even been hooked once. You haven't even been hooked once. Why you acting like you're on your death hook? Because you're not. You're fine. You're fine. You're actually totally fine. Don't even worry. That gen is pumping along. We're gonna have to be really careful. Oh, I missed. We've only got one gen left now. I do have... Okay, they just got taken off the hook. Is somebody over there? Do we think somebody's over there going back to the gen? Probably. Probably. But I know we have two people over here. You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna send him out again. Hi, cat. How are you, beautiful? Guys, go follow the gorgeous, amazing, talented Cat if you've not already. Cat is a variety streamer. Sometimes find her playing some horror games. And you guys will love her. You guys will love her. You guys will... Oh my god, guys, I'm an ass. I didn't bring cake. I don't think I brought cake. Because I didn't have any on her. Oops. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I didn't have any stuff to put into her, did I? Oh no, I'm an ass. I'm an ass. I messed up. I put all my blood points into Vittorio. Please, please. I love you. I love you, Kat. I hope you're doing amazing. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. Life's been crazy lately. I don't know if it's the same for you, but it has been for me. But it's been crazy. But it is so good to see you. Oh, I see. Okay, very nice, very nice. Good timing, good timing. Go ahead, drop it. Alright. Your death hook. I mean, for our first ever twins game, this is not tragic, I guess. Could be way worse. Life is wild. It really is. It really is. We need to catch up sometime. We need to catch up sometime. I'm gonna just destroy this for the points. We should probably eat some dessert for the points too, honestly. Should we kick this for the points? I feel so bad that I didn't bring cake. Oh my god. Let's eat some dessert. We are, like, the goal is to get to Eerie 1, which we only got a couple more days, because I haven't been playing Killer as much as I should. Fail on my part, honestly. They're back here. Alright, Victor. Do your thing, buddy. It's too bad Victor can't eat from the cart. I feel like that'd be so funny. Watch him like jump up there and like dig into some treats or something. Dude, everything is so fast moving though when you play as him. It's kind of insane. Where is Fung? And where is Yui? Oh. You thought you could be sneaky. Oh. I hesitated there and I shouldn't have. Alright, that was good. That was a good hit. We're gonna just go back to the gym now that she's injured. Hi, Ash. Okay. I know Victor was going off. She go to the... Yeah. There we go. Very good. How dare you hurt my friend, child, son, cousin, brother, uncle. Yeah. I knew they were going to finish that gen in that time period, but that's okay. We're just going to hook her right here by the door. And, where can I put Charlotte? I'd like to unbind Victor if I can. Can I not? Why can't I? Why can't I? I'm a little confused. How are games going? This is my first Killer game. We had a request for me to do Twins, which I've never played Twins before. This is my first time. Don't know what I'm doing. Oh, she loved her. Ooh, I had a feeling that was gonna happen. First time on Twins, got a 3K. Could have been a lot worse. I also feel like I could have done a lot better. But those are for you, Kat. Those are for you. I feel like you know, for my first. Oh, not everybody brought cake. Listen, I no longer feel bad. I no longer feel bad. Feeling bad, gone immediately. Gone immediately. Immediately gone. Okay, I do owe Vodka a pup cup, and I need to put Bad's name on my stream now that I'm no longer trying to unalive these people. And is that the false cowboy coming in here with his community? Oh my god. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? I gotta close. Okay, I just gotta find somebody else to work with. Guys, go follow Cowboy. If you have not already. You guys will love Cowboy. You guys will love Cowboy. He
K1
is
Cowboy just rated with 17 views.
such a sweet bean. And he also is very funny. And we're going to be playing together in a tournament on Sunday. So you're going to want to be in his stream because I will not be streaming it, but he will. So if you want to make sure that you are there and able to support and like get POV and everything, Cowboy's where it's at. It's good to see you, Cowboy. Welcome in. Lady, welcome in. Eli, welcome in. Taylor, welcome in. So that was my first Twins game ever, and we got a 3K. It could have been worse, could have been better, but now we're Eerie 2. That got us to Eerie 2, guys. Let's go. I appreciate you. How games been? Listen, we were just memeing and goofing on Survivor in the beginning. We all
New
got out
donation from Orion Fireblade.
Orion, thank you for the dono to help vodka. I appreciate you. You didn't have to do that. That brings us up to 62% for her surgery. 62%. Orion, you're incredible. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody who has, you know, donated to help vodka or shared or lurked or anything. You know, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. How are your games tonight, though, Cowboy? How did yours go? How did yours go? I need to make vodka a PUP-CUP. I know Phantasm wanted me to do Skull Merchant. Is Phantasm still here? Because I have no idea how to play her. I would need some coaching. 100%. Yes? Okay. Because I don't think I have her at P3 either. I do not. We can put some points into her. Let's put a little bit of points into her. Play Skull Mama, you have to show her thighs. I mean, I got a fit for her. You know, I show her booty cheeks too. Look at that booty, those booty cheeks. Look at those booty cheeks. That works too. Okay. Phantasm. I can coach you for a game or two, then my friend's dragging me into friends slop. Okay. If you want to do that, hop into Purgatory and I'll drag you to hell. And while you are doing that, I'm gonna put you guys in the drop scene. We are going to go grab vodka at PUP-CUP and I will be right back. So you guys can do some words on stream. You can also ! Drop plus your favorite emote. Starting the coloring of the animated one. Let's go. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So I'll be right back. Mods, you guys can do ! Continue to continue the game, by the way, if we need to continue, or ! Restart to restart. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go get that PUP-CUP for vodka. So nobody go anywhere. Nobody go anywhere.
It's like that old saying, time flies when you're having fun. I'll be honest, it was fun working on these Kyoto Hour albums and these projects and experience the music that
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I was getting a pup cup
Laura
from my
Dorable
dog.
just raided with 5 views.
Laura, how are you? It's good to see you. How was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Well, we just did our first ever Twins game. And I got a 3K. And we're now Eerie 2. Which is pretty cool. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about that. We're gonna try Skull Merchant next. I gotta give this to Vodka though. How was your stream, love? Guys, go give Laura lots of love. It's free to hug the button. Go share some love over there. So why would you not? Astral, welcome in. Tomorrow, you think? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What are you gonna play? Do you already have a plan? You gonna play more DBD? You gonna play something else? I didn't mind the game. I wish I had a better idea of what I'm supposed to do, which is funny because I've watched plenty of Twins gameplay. You would think I would know. You would think I would know. But I feel like maybe I need to pay closer attention. Maybe I need to pay closer attention. I don't know. Vodka, you want this?
I will be shutting.
You gotta get down.
This
you gotta go to your place.
Chapter to a close. We'll be moving on.
Yeah. That's my good girl. Get back.
See y'all when I see y'all.
Yes, good girl. Good girl. There you go. Oh my goodness. I know, she's the cutest. I love her so much. Mecha Chameleon, let's go. I still haven't played that. I need to plan a night. I need to plan a night to play it with everybody. Oh my goodness. Thank you for coming in with your community. That's so sweet of you. So sweet of you. What were you doing with DBD tonight? I can't think of any better reason to excuse yourself from stream than a pup cup. Exactly. No worries, Orion, no worries. It's harder than you think. Oh my god, I believe it. And I don't know, some people do just like such an incredible job at painting themselves in it, and I'm like, how'd you even do that? That was crazy. Hey, Phantasm.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. I'm excited. I get opportunities like this every day.
Oh my gosh. I know Skull Merchant is your favorite. She's your girl.
Yes.
So.
Absolutely.
You have a new automatic fan now. Thank you. I mean, if you're Vodka's fan, actually, you know, I get it. But I'm happy to have you here, even if it's for her. Yeah, let me know.
Okay.
Survivor banquet stuff. Nice. How were you getting lots of blood points and stuff? Yes. What am I running?
You have ultrasonic speaker. That's good. Your second add-on.
Welcome back.
You're going to run vital targeting processor, the blue add-on.
This one?
CPU.
Okay. And then.
Yep. You're good. Sonic Right perks. Firstly, we're gonna grab Corrupt Intervention.
We love a good corrupt to start off the game.
Yup.
Okay.
Next, I'll let you choose. We can pick Brutal Strength or Coup de Grace.
Ooh. Let me see. I know my coup de grace is green, unfortunately, on her. So I'm thinking brutal might be better. Let me see. Hold on. Because this one only does 2 tokens for 1 generator, and then 70% for the lunge. So let me see. Brutal, I think. Yeah, it's purple. So let's go brutal. Let's go brutal. I got my wife's service dog a pup cup today from the local ice cream joint. I love that. That's so sweet. It's so hot too. So I'm sure your wife's dog loved it. I'm sure they loved it. What type of service dog does she have? Like, is it a German Shepherd as well? Vodka's a German Shepherd. Or what breed does she have? Short, enjoy your Wraith wrap.
Do you have turn back the clock?
Yes, I have all of the perks. They're just not all purple. That's why we're P3ing everybody. So.
Now, let's see. Given we're doing the clock, we can also do search as our 4th.
Perfect. Okay. And you know what? I'm gonna name this Phantasms build.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
So, let's talk about our.
I
power
agree,
for a
Astral.
second.
All right. Yep. We're getting lessons.
And so we know how when we deploy a drone, it has that scan line, it's got its radius and all that. You're
Okay.
gonna place a drone at windows.
Windows.
Like shack window. You go inside a shack, place the drone at the window. Those windows. Certain loops with a open sight line around it.
Okay.
And then there's gonna be some specific spots. If we go to like RPD, best skull merchant map, I can tell you all the spots.
Okay.
But yeah, throughout the game, I might tell you to place it somewhere specific. I'll try to be snappy with the call out.
Okay.
So, second lesson. Anytime someone's running into the radius of your drone, you're gonna pull out your radar because we need to rotate that drone. So when they go near a drone, you pull out your radar, and then when they get into it, you rotate it, and you scan that bitch for 5% haste.
Okay.
Now.
Thank you for the lurk, Laura. Guys, please go give Laura lots of love if you haven't. And get some good sleep, Ash. Thank you for hanging out with us. I love your face.
Yeah. Yes. So.
Okay.
Each scan, they are immune from a scan for 2.25 seconds.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it simple. When you scan someone, count to 2, and then rotate, and you'll be fine.
Count to 2 and then rotate. Okay.
Yeah. On your 3rd scan, they receive a claw trap, which means they'll be injured, and then you can hit them.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. And then any scan after that, you will get hindered, be 12% with vital targeting processor, and you'll get your 5% haste.
Okay. Okay.
3rd lesson. Somebody stands still at a pallet, crouches at a pallet, or like, you know, does some of that weird stuff. You just keep rotating the drone. They're gonna move eventually.
Okay.
Yeah, you get them got that way, and they lose distance, and you get haste.
Okay.
So, 3rd
Hi,
lesson.
Whippy.
3rd lesson. If the drone glows white, that means they disarm the drone. And if you put a drone in a gen, which I'll recommend you do sometimes, they disarm that, well, they expose themselves. So you just go over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shrug, thank you for the 7 months. 7 whole
Shrodbot
months.
just
We're 2
resubscribed
away
for
from a
7 months
baby.
at Tier 1.
That's crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. It's so good to see you, by the way. I hope you've been doing well. She's a Goldador, a lab golden retriever mix. Oh my god. What a sweet baby. What a sweet baby. That is an energetic little baby. Energetic little baby too. Falling apart, it's time to let me go. We're not letting you go, Whippy. Whippy. You're stuck. You can't go anywhere. You can't go anywhere. All right, I'm gonna ready up.
You're good to ready up.
And we'll see how this goes, I guess. Yeah. I'm dying. No, you're not. You're fine. Oh, thank you, Mom.
Okay.
My mom just brought me pizza.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so, I'm assuming you've played Hag or Trapper or Trap Killer before, right? Okay, so...
Yeah. I love Hag.
That's good. So, it's corrupt. We get to set up our web around main, around middle, around the 3-gen if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna need to do that. But general tip, you generally want to have 2 drones in your inventory at all times, just in case.
How many drones do we start with?
6.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Cool.
With the scan line.
I hope your priority's okay, Whippy. I'm so sorry. Also, I see you streaking with that 185 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nikki Whippy in the chat. Oliver's such a cute name. Pizza's so good. Go around and pick up the house for her without even giving it. Oh my god, what a good boy. What a good boy. He expects trees. He deserves them. He deserves them. Should be fine, just takes a few days. It still sucks though, I'm so sorry. Alright, so you said shack is a good place. Inside, right?
Yep, inside we go to that window.
So here?
Should be lined up. Wait, line it up. There you go. Perfect. Right.
Okay.
There you go. Alright, good. Alright, now we can move to... We can place a drone at this pallet.
This pallet? Do we put it like outside of the pallet or in the pallet?
Put it in the pallet. Yeah, right.
In the pallet? Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
I guess they spawned around main, probably. But, yeah, we can go towards survivors now, wherever they may be.
Oh, here's one.
Yeah. Up your radar. Then,
radar.
Right away.
Oh yeah, they ran out of it. Guess okay. Oh. Okay.
Oh my god. Whack. Perfect.
Trying to crawl away.
Yeah. So, if you hear like an alarm going on, you check your radar.
Oh, that's what that little beeping is?
Yeah. So you put radar, and the white square is where they're at.
Okay.
And it lasts for 12 seconds.
Okay, they've just been taken off the hook. Oh, we have a finished generator. Oh god. Everything's falling apart. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Let me put... So I can put... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let's put another one here. So we got a little pallet loop there. I hear them working on the gen over here. Oh. Did that just hit my drone?
Oh,
okay, no. No. Okay. I thought the pallet hit the drone. Oh, they disabled one of them. It's on the ground over here. Wait.
Got stuck under the map.
Is it stuck?
Yeah, you can recall that. Pull out your radar and press right click on it.
Oh, okay. Deploy. Okay, there we go.
Alright.
She's definitely got like quite a few steps to her. Maybe over here would be a good spot. I've got 3 left. By cow tree?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay. Oh, I heard a noise. Okay. How do I know which one I'm hearing it on? Oh, I just followed the dot?
Yeah, you just follow the square.
Oh, okay. I think it was maybe this one then, so they were over here somewhere? There's no Jinn over here. What would they be doing over here?
Oh.
Hey, how dare you disable that? That's so rude. Recall. And then let's deploy it again.
Call traps, okay. Pull out that radar.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they will be. You'll see them on the radar for 45 seconds.
Okay. Oh, okay.
They'll go to that
They're in the
location for a
locker.
while.
No, they were behind the door. Oh, oh, I see you. Rotate. I scanned him, I think. Am I scanning him still?
Okay.
I think I did it.
You gotta wait.
Did I not wait long enough?
Oh. It's like a quick seconds delay. That's here.
Yeah. There's I don't know what your delay is, but there is a little delay. So.
I working hard to try to make this work.
I'm sorry. I would share to Discord too, but it would really, really lag my stream.
Oh, you're okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Dwight. Hi, Karu. How are you? Welcome in. Alright, I guess let's take him over here. Put him by the table. Oh, she's gonna... Oh. You stinker. Okay, we'll just put him down. Oh, maybe... Okay, I was too late to try and put him down. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, she's definitely not an intuitive killer, I would say. I don't know, unless you were to, like, watch a content creator to learn how to play her. You know. Or have somebody else teach you how you would learn her.
Yeah, I had to watch Pixel Blush videos to really get the...
I hit the wrong button.
Oh, that's good. First time.
I would have to watch so many videos, I feel like.
Have you watched sometime if you were to commit.
Games have been fun, Karu. We did some Survivor games. And then we were just like goofing the whole time. And then we did our first ever Twins game. And I got a 3K on that. But I've also like watched a lot more Twins gameplay. So I'm a little bit more familiar. Not like amazingly familiar with it, but a little bit. Oh, I couldn't get a second hit in. That's unfortunate. Let's see. She went this way. I'm gonna just put that there and leave her. Okay, she crawled out. No, you're mine. We're going to the basement. I think I can make it there. Yeah! Basement fun times. Okay, I have 2 left.
You better run outside of Shack. You can't put it in Shack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's cool. I kind of get the new favorites in that run.
I didn't. Okay, we're trading. Got it. I don't know which radar they're on. Somebody's on one. I see her.
Anya's injured, honestly. You can go get her.
Yeah, I don't want to chase after her, though, and somebody come in here and take the person out of the basement, you know? Because I feel like they're going to try and sneak behind me. Oh, wrong button. I don't know why it won't let me put one in Shack. That's so weird. Is it just because it has to be... Oh, okay.
I think you can place one outside of Shack, but yeah, they recently patched out, so there's a bug, like you can't place the drone. And then they kind of just made that a feature, so more drone spots just got like patched out the last update.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so you
Good
can't
night,
place
Pause.
it
Thank you for hanging out with us.
in like 15 meters of a club, you can't place it.
1, 2, 1, 2. I see you. I mean, if you guys want to wait out the timer, you can. Yeah. I'm not gonna leave this. I'm not leaving it. No. No. No.
Just, yeah.
Nope. Nope. Nice try. Nope. Oh, did she dead hard?
Oh, you did.
I want a Mori. Let me Mori.
You gotta. Oh wow.
No, we're coming back over here. Go down. She's not gonna stop moving. Yeah. That's fine. You still died. Little bit stinky of you that you wouldn't let me more you. Look how hot I am. Why wouldn't you want me to more you? I'm glad she got on. He makes her life easier. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. That's what they're supposed to do. Make your life easier, save your life, you know? That's the whole point of a service dog. That's the whole point. So, whole point. quite controversial, but I do like playing them. I learned how to play them without needing to always slug. I think it just depends on your build, right? Whether or not, like, you're going for the slug when it comes to twins, specifically. But I love that. I think they're a really cool killer. They're a really cool killer. And the concept is really cool, but not a lot of people play them, and I don't know if it's just because, like, they're not really the most aesthetically pleasing. And they also don't really have a lot of nice skins either. So, yeah. I don't know. I just deep-throated a jalapeno. It was amazing. I love that for you, Nepo. I love that for you. It's not your main? Who's your main? Who's your main? Who's everybody's main? Whether it's Survivor or Killer. Alright, we'll try again.
Yeah. 0 second queue time, oh my god.
I know, it's so fast. And I think it's because the event. It's the event, so.
Very rough for this killer.
Mm-hmm. Huntress and Yunjin. Nice. Both being P100. I love that. Huntress mains are cracked. Huntress mains are cracked. I could never. My aim is not good enough. I'd have to really, really, really put in some practice. Really, really, really. Been working on Tai Young. Have him P41 or 42. Heck yeah. You've used all of the codes and stuff that we got during this event, right? Like Plague, Legion, Bubba, and Nurse as well. And oh, Karasu. I haven't played Karasu yet. I would love to. Have not tried her. Plague's fun. I'm not, like, fully versed in Plague, but Plague's fun. Legion, I actually found pretty easy to play. Haven't played Bubba yet. Nurse is the one that I'm trying to main. So, which, when I'm off stream, I actually do fairly well with my hits on Nurse. When I'm streaming, it's a little bit of a different story, and I don't want to talk about it.
On the car at that side of the building.
Oh, the car?
Yeah, that tile is, like, really good.
Oh, is it because it's too tall?
Oh no, the rock there is fine, but the car loop, if you zone them into that pallet, then you just get free scans on them.
Oh, okay, okay. So car.
Yeah. They go into main, yeah.
Yeah, they're in here. Yeah. Maybe here?
Yeah, you can do that. Good.
Because that'll keep an eye on the table there too. Oh, I gotta turn the music off. I forgot. Did they already? Okay, no. My drone's still there. It's still there.
On the front desk, you can put from there.
Yeah? They're already working on this gen. Hold on. Oh, I threw that way too low. Yeah. And then I missed her. Wow, I suck. I'm bad. Nobody look. Close your eyes. Oh, he has a flashlight. I didn't think anybody did. Yeah, but he had terrible aim. You gotta work on that, buddy. Wait, is that broken? Recall? And then deploy?
Those white, it's broken.
How stinky. I heard him. I know that was somebody else running by. Hello there. Quick, someone buys Shana's merch. Do you need it for bingo, True? Yeah. Oh, I should have waited. I got a little overexcited there. Whee! He's probably gonna try and come in for a flashlight save again, which he's gonna miss if he does. Nope, he didn't. Oh, that was surprising. She's very chase focused. Very chase focused plague, yeah. I feel like a lot of people don't know how to play against her, which can be really helpful for her. Maybe here?
Yes, do that. That's perfect.
And then... Oh. Oh, he ran right through that. That was not smart.
Whatever pallet he goes to, you just place it in, or place the drone there.
Okay.
If he plays around the loop, he's gonna get scanned for free.
Oh, they got rid of the one that I had in main. I didn't even realize. Oh, I thought he was gonna come back and try and vault. He did not. Okay. That was a little surprising. I'm not gonna lie to you. Alright, let's put our drone back up in main and then maybe get Shaq, I guess. I don't even know where the other drone that was here went because I don't see an outline anywhere, but maybe I recalled it. Oh, maybe when I was trying to recall the other one that was down. Maybe. Yeah, true. I'm onto you. I heard that get finished. They haven't set off the radar. Set off my radar so I can play with it, guys. Come on. There we go. I'm gonna kick this. It's so progressed. We don't want that. Okay, that's fine. Drop it. And you still went down. I'm so sorry. How's Phasmo been? It's got a lot of features right now. There's a big update coming up on the 21st, though. I'm really excited. Willow is changing. So, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. I'm super... Oh. Alright. He ate that snack. Messed me up there. It's going to be super exciting. Okay, I have to recall and then put it back. I keep trying to just fix it, like walk up to it and fix it, and I can't do that.
You got club chat.
I heard him. He's over here. Yeah, that was a good try, buddy. That was a good try. I'm really excited. Well, excited for the Willow update. I was mixing the word excited and update together. Upsided, guys. And the Willow update is going to come with a lot of quality of life stuff that I don't know why they're not releasing as they go. So I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to be really good for the community as long as they get it right. I think that's the key. Hi. Is that they have to get it right. Can I not scan people while I'm moving? Is that the thing?
Scan will bring,
Because I see somebody. Oh, there we go. Rotate. It just wasn't popping up for a second. Rotate. Is it the hook that I'm picking up on the radar?
No, that's the one at the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were called traps, so you had their exact location.
Oh, okay. Got it. Following.
Anyone that gets downed loses their lock-on stack, so...
One down.
Good.
Not bad. Let's have some dessert. For the points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same if I had to guess.
Yeah, probably. They're probably trying to reset, I would think. That's what I would be doing anyway.
Yeah. It wouldn't hurt to put drones by the gens, because they're probably going to disarm them.
Yeah. Are you a good spirit yet? Oh my god. Listen. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, Kat, because my hearing is not good. I don't know if I've told you before, but I'm gonna kick this for points. I used to be deaf when I was a kid. I hear him. Oh, he's got... Really? It took you that long to use that? Wow, okay. Maybe it's his first time using it, to be fair. Was I that close to that pallet? I didn't think I was, but okay. That's fine. Okay, he's trying to distract me. So, when I was a kid, I used to be deaf. And I had to have my ears operated on. And, obviously, my hearing is much better now than it used to be. But it's still not perfect by any means. Oh, I didn't mean to recall it. Oh, shoot. Wrong button. I was thinking, like, left for clockwise, right for counterclockwise. I'm a goober. I see you around that rock. Oh, I didn't... Okay, well, that's what we just did. That's fine. Yeah!
They get hindered and killer instinct, so there you go.
That was cool.
That was actually really good.
This is her first hook, unfortunately.
I just got scanned. That's good.
We'll rotate.
Oh, the one guy's behind you. He's gonna go for hook.
Oh, was he?
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I gotta learn to read the radar.
You just pull it up after every hook. They have fun to hand.
Oh, inspect, rotate. Where? I think over here. Oh, yep. I don't think anybody's by for this save, so I'm just gonna grab him. Okay. He's dead. Are you Christianer right now? You know, I might be. I might be, Cat. Eric, enjoy your chai tea, my boy. How are you?
Yeah,
Alright.
Drones at the gates. If you just hold W, like basically kiss the gate and put a drone on it.
Oh.
Yeah, if they open the gate, then they will slowly get lock-on stacks and eventually make one trip.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's good to know.
Hey, that's actually really good.
Not bad. I think I just heard hatch. I did. Let's have some cake. Yeah. If she gets out, I really don't mind. I'm gonna be honest. It's an event. 3K is a win. 1, 2, 1. Nah, she's gonna make it. That's okay. Bye.
Good.
That was not bad. Could have been better, but not bad, right?
That's good. You're rotating drones and thinking about placements. That's better than any merchant in pubs I've ever seen. So, I mean that seriously. They don't rotate the drone once, so you're already like way better than them.
I didn't know that you had to rotate the drones like that, like. But yeah.
Because if you take them,
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Mm-hmm.
5 seconds after placing a drone, or 5 seconds after rotating the drone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, rotating them consistently gives you a lot more value.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That's, yeah. I mean, honestly, like, I think she's a very cool killer. It just, like, it sucks that she doesn't come with, like, a built-in tutorial of some kind, because she's not intuitive, you know?
No. Yeah,
so, like,
not at all.
if I didn't have somebody to either teach me or, like, feel comfortable going and watching videos and just, like, giving it a shot, I don't think I would play her after playing her once and probably getting my butt handed to me because I didn't know what I was doing, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know.
That's how I started. There is one thing I like doing is if they go to a pallet and you place the drone at the pallet after they drop it, you move left and you force them to go right into your scan line, and then if it doesn't hit, all you gotta do is rotate it back to them and you get like
That's clever. That's clever. Okay.
Yeah, it's my favorite trick. You basically just police how survivors will approach a loop.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Karahu, enjoy your yurde salad, by the way. Hi, Blood. Welcome in. Enjoy that mare matcha. How have you been? I miss you. I got a hydration station. You should hydrate, too. Phantasm.
Shit, do I even have a drink? Oh, I got a little coffee. Oh, hello, Olivia.
Well, thank you for teaching me. I will definitely have to try her a little more and, you know, see if I can't get a little better at her.
Follow up.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have fun tonight.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Thank you, Mom. Poor Skull Merchant's been reworked so many times, it's definitely not clear how to play her sometimes. Yeah. And I wasn't playing Killer at all when she came out, other than, like, very specific killers in custom matches with my friends. And that was it. That was it. So, you know, definitely gonna have to play with her more though. All right. She's due for a big rework, but they scrapped it. Yeah. And they keep talking about reworking her, and I don't know if they'll ever end up actually going through with it, you know? I get it, Blood. But I'm glad you're not terrible. Mystic, welcome in. Enjoy your Deodana nuggies. I picked up DBD in like 2020-ish. Whenever I actually got a PC, because I didn't have one prior to that. I was just a MacBook and in Japan. And this would not run on a MacBook very well. So, we were not playing DVD back then. But I picked it up in sometime in 2020. I think I played a couple, like, games and was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Got discouraged. Started later doing just customs with my friends, and that's all I would do because I was terrified to go into a public lobby. And then when I finally started doing public lobbies, I would only do Survivor. And then when the first 2v8 came out, I started playing Killer. And it was so much fun. And now I'm wanting to play a lot more Killer, so. It was really fun. It was really fun. Yeah, I would love that, Phantasm. Originally started on mobile in 2020. It was abysmal because my phone would freeze up. Oh my god. I do remember when mobile came out, but I didn't really play a lot of mobile games other than Pokemon Go. And at the time, and we don't support her anymore, because, you know, we didn't know at the time, but Harry Potter Wizards Unite. So, and that was it. That was it. But, started again in 2021 as I got it for my birthday. I love that. In October, started officially between Pinhead and Michaela's release. Hell yeah. Played pretty consistently since then. I love Michaela too. I love Michaela. Pinhead's another killer that I've never tried. But I have him. We killing tonight, chat. We were doing Survivor earlier and just goofing, but now we're killing. Now we're killing.
Lights out. You're one of us now.
The Sweat Lord. Wait, is that what this is? Is this considered the Sweat Lord fit? I just like this one because it's like black. Thought it was cute. I also have other skins for her. We could do windshield wiper nurse. Do we want to be windshield wiper nurse? I love you, Zombo, by the way. Guys, check out my friend Zombo if you haven't. We love him. Pinhead, I got beef with... Okay, I need to hear why. I need to hear why. You believe in me. Thanks, Zombo. This is going to be our first nurse game of the night, so we'll see how this goes. I make no promises. Also, for some reason, I cannot make my hits on stream to save my dang life. So nobody judge me too harshly. But I will do my best, obviously. Obviously. Didn't judge me. Oh, listen. Only because you asked so nicely. Only because you asked so nicely, Zambo. Not my cup of tea for Powers. Had a very bizarre game against him where his box chain hunt started, and it made my entire... What? Oh no. Yeah, that's not good. Was that recently? That's the comp fit? Oh, I didn't realize that. Death is used. I love the death fit. I don't have that one. I love the death fit though. I think it's really cool. No, I loves you the most. How about that? How about that? Ooh, which side do we think they started on? I guess it could realistically be... Well, there's my answer. Oh, I should have done a second blink there. We're just gonna... Oh, nope. We held that for too long. That's okay. Got her on the second one. And... Oh, I had a little bit of a stutter there. Little bit of a stutter there. That's okay. Hey, girl. You know this is not a good idea for you to run around that big old rock there, right? Alright. I like their username, Dark Tinted Window. We got basement right here. They don't have boil over, so we should be good to get them in the basement. First hook, basement. Let's go. Now, I wonder if she just started away from the rest of the survivors. She did, I think. I'm gonna kick this so we get eruption value. That was a good blink. She's back on the gen. Oh shoot, I should have held that longer. Right in front of me? Oh, I should have held it longer again. That's okay, got her that time. And you're gonna still stay here? And I see you have a flashlight, so I'm just gonna leave her down until you either go somewhere else, she gets up, or I down you. Oh, I missed! That's okay. They've got lots of good objects here to loop me around, unfortunately. Okay. They're gonna have to be fast if they want to get this blind here. Nope. Try again. All right. And somebody was back touching this. Disrespectful. Don't touch my gens. I will go back to hook simply because you're right here and you made that easy because I was right there. Bad idea to do that with your killer nearby because all that's doing is farming your teammate. Oh, I over blinked there. That's okay. That's okay. Someone's gonna go back to that gen. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I thought they were. Maybe not. I don't know what you were trying to do there, but, you know, you tried. You tried. Hi, Racer. How are you? Welcome in. Guys, go follow my friend Racer if you have not. Racer has been a long-time viewer here. Plays racing games. Has a dog named Nemo. I don't think they're working on that gen over there. It's so far away, but we're gonna check it. If they're smart, they'll be trying to split their gens, which I would imagine they are. Yeah, Yeah, they are. Okay. Ugh, I got an itch. Okay. Oh no, that's so... I'm gonna hold this for too long. I just realized. Oh no, they're down to 2 gens already. They've got a really good split here. This is such a big map. Usually this is a good map for like artists. Oh god, they've got boil over. Where the hell? I'm not gonna be able to make it. We're just gonna put them down. Oh, I couldn't. Damn it. How come every time I go to try and put somebody down, they end up just getting off? Alright, that's okay. And boop. You guys destroy my thing. I will slug. I didn't need to swing there because he wasn't anywhere near me, but I was going to anyway. He's gonna vault the pallet. Oh, maybe not. He didn't vault the pallet. That's surprising. Okay. I got him now, though. They only need 1 gen, unfortunately, but that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna put him in the basement now. He also does not have boil over. I'm glad you're excited for Toonami tomorrow, Racer. Okay, they've got good gen spread here. She was trying to start this one. Barely able to, but we're gonna go ahead and... Are they still down here? Yep. Kind of a dumb move. Why are we healing in basement? I know he had BT, but make him go into the mending since he was right there. Ooh. Oh, was that sprint? No, that couldn't have been sprint burst. She had a little bit of speed up there, a little bit of haste though. Alright, the good thing is we can hook her. Oh my god, hold on. Where she's quite a ways away from the fucking door. Or we can just leave her down if they want to play this game. I really should have just hit her over there. Alright, I'll just stand on top of her. That's fine. You guys want to do this? Go ahead.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Go ahead. Damn it, I should have held that longer. Oh. Alright, we're looking at the rock. Move her back. Nope. Nope. Try again. Yeah, eruption does work in Nurse Blinks. Yeah. Eruption does. I really like eruption. I know that a lot of people go for pain res, but nope. You're not gonna all be able to get out. Nice try, Leon. One of you is staying with me. Which one's it gonna be? I don't usually like to run Blood Warden or Noed. Personally. I know lots of people do. They're just not for me. Whee! No. I'll take it. Interesting that they just gave me a 4K, but that's fine. Altruism equals 5th killer perk? It does. It does. I don't know if they... I mean, they had to have realized the timer, yeah? Maybe it was like a... If we go down together thing. Because they had to be a Swift, yeah? They had to be a Swift. If I ran an in-game build, I wouldn't make it to in-game. Or if I did, I'd somehow goof the... Oh, God, same. 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 How you doing, Out of the Woods? It's good to see you. Also, Allie, it's good to see you as well. Welcome in. Welcome in. Had to rescue their goth girlfriend at any cost. Hey, maybe they were playing Protect the President. Maybe they were playing Protect the President, which honestly, so valid. So valid. Been there. Been there. Landed some good hits. I did. I wish I would have done a little better on that, but that's okay. We got a 4K in the end. What are we at right now? Eerie 2 with 1 pip. So, I think we can make it, you guys. I think we can make it. Even if it's not on stream tonight, I think we're gonna do it this weekend for sure. For sure. Day, enjoy your Glory Hole milkshake. Also, Blue, enjoy the Zoni muffins. How are you? If you guys want to drop while we wait, you can. Day, did you change your name? You haven't always been Daycal writing, have you? And I'm losing my mind. Rank resets on Sunday? Yeah. Yeah, it's on the 13th, I believe. We have a Meg, an Elodie with a really cute fit on, a Jake, and a Steve. My agent said I should improve my fun. Listen, I love that. Your agent's absolutely right. Absolutely right. If you have other socials, get everything to match if you can. If you can. Also, guys, go check out Day. Check out Day's book. Check out Day's book. It's good to see you, Day. Beefy boy, hi. Why'd I kick you so hard? What do you mean? I would never, Beefy boy. Beefy boy, you were not in that. You were not one of the survivors in that last lobby, were you? Say it ain't so. Beefy boy. Guys, go follow my Beefy boy if you have not. If you have not. We love Beefy. Beefy is actually really good at DBD too. Oh, maybe. Oh, I'm so torn. Okay, maybe over here. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Good to hear. Helping me catch my second wind. I love that. I love that. They're right over here. Hey, girl. Is somebody else in this gym with you? Oh, no. Okay. Just making sure. Oh, somebody was. Hey. How's it going, Steve? Oh, I missed him. We missed our Steve. That's okay. We'll get him next time. I get him next time. You know you can't get him every time. Just like you can't win every game. You just gotta have fun. Win the ones you can. And lose the ones you can't with grace. Right? Wonder if she's resetting. Whoa. Ooh, I barely missed that. Disgusting. Yeah, I'm not gonna chase you because this gen's active. Oh my god, I barely missed her again. Oh, fuck. You're working. Oh, okay. Dang it. That was so close. Come on, let me just smack you around a little bit. It's just a little, I promise. Oh, did I just... No, okay. I was like, did she not just fall down? She did. Oh, okay. I need my 2 blinks. Okay. I thought she was gonna run back to me like she did before. Got her. That took longer than I would have liked, but it's okay. Also, I see Meg there. Oh, couldn't go through the rock? Okay. Maybe I just didn't hold it long enough. That's fine. We're gonna kick this. Pop, pop. How are you, beefy boy? What was I just stuck on? Yeah, that's a door, Meg. I don't know if you know. That's a door, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. Why are you running like that? I wasn't gonna blink. You were too close. Okay. Let's hook her. Actually, we're gonna hook her over here. Where they just completed this gen. Boop. We're gonna come this way. We're gonna kick this. Hi, my burb girl. How are you? I love you. I don't like to go back to hook, but if you're gonna unhook and I'm like right here, I'm gonna take advantage of that. So, ooh, okay. Missed him. Fun in DVD, what you make it be. Exactly. Exactly. 2 blinks back, and then we're going to give him a 1 and a 2 and a bop, and I missed. Dang. It was close. It was close, though. We've only got 1 blink, but I think... Oh, okay. We need our 2 blinks. 2... Into the corner. Dang! Got it. Okay. We have a rock right there blocking us mostly. Not very well, but mostly. Nurse is fun. You just hit P70 on her? Hell yeah. Gonna finish P100ing her during the event? Do it. Do it. I wish more people were consistently bringing cakes, because I don't know if you guys have had this issue in a lot of your games too, but I've had so many stingy survivors, just stingy survivors, whether I'm on survivor or killer, who don't bring cake, and then stingy killers too. And I'm like, where's your freaking cake, guys? I know that you have cake. There's been a few times where I've been playing that I've forgotten to put it on, to be fair. But like for the most part, like you have cake. Don't tell me that you don't. Like there's a few times here or there that you might have somebody who for some reason forgot to put it on, or spent their blood points on somebody else and that therefore does not have it. But for the most part, everybody's freaking got cake. You should have freaking cake. Stop being stingy. Oh, even in the event. Even in the event for me, Phantasm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's in the event or otherwise for me. I've had stingy people. And I'm like, if Beefy is the generator and Foot is the hook, then who's the lockers? Ooh, I don't know. Who wants to be the lockers? Fun DVD's impossible. That was a good hit. Fun DVD is fun. I always aim to have fun in DVD, even when I'm like playing sweaty. If I'm not having fun, then why am I here? Why am I playing at all? Nobody's even on that generator. Okay, cool. They've got good gen spread here. I need to do better about keeping pressure on specific gens, so that way survivors stop getting really good gen spread like this, because this keeps happening to me. I realize that that is a consistent issue for me. So that's something that I've really got to work on. Something I've really got to work on. Probably going to, yep, there, that door. I see you. The question is somebody else on the other door? I imagine that they are. Oh, that was bad on my part. I should have waited. How you doing, Devastator? Welcome in. We could camp the hook for the kill. I don't think I want to. I don't think I care to be that sweaty. Especially because they haven't even opened the doors. He just opened it. They must have 99'd it. Oh, that was good. I overblinked. Oh, they didn't open this one? I'm actually really surprised. I thought I could go through that wall there and get in there. Maybe I needed to hold it a little longer. But how dare you bring a sash? Right? How dare you? How dare you? Meg, where's your cake? Meg, she probably can't read this. Bring cake. I'll be the locker if the killer is Skull Merchant. Oh my god, please. Please. Same. Honestly, it's so valid. She's so hot. You can give it a lurk, Karhu. I appreciate you. Get some good sleep. Thank you for hanging out with us. And we'll see you again soon. Alright. Hear me out. We change outfits. Which one do you guys think we should be? Yellow, green, or blue? I've never done the windshield wiper nurse fit. Blue? Why'd I call this blue? She's definitely... She's red. I mean, her cape's kind of like a bluish gray. Blue? Okay. Let's do it. I'm gonna change this charm. There's Sable. Why couldn't I find Sable earlier? You're totally fine, Honest. Yeah. Phantasm's gonna be the locker. Phantasm volunteers as tribute. Locker tribute, to be precise. I do hate the way she sounds, but you know what? I've got the skin. I might as well use it, right? Oh my god, wait. We finished a tome. Oh, oops. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. You know what I mean? By the way, if anybody's hanging out with us on YouTube, thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. If you guys are on Twitch with us and you want to go over to YouTube and leave a little like, leave a little comment, it does help us out a lot there. Always, thank you for hanging out on Twitch too. That's the not spirit. I mean, yeah. You're absolutely correct. We got a Kate. Chihiri. QZ. Cheerio. Chihiro Z. It's La Chancla. Oh god, that's a funny name. I like them already. And we have Lucy. Just a simple Lucy. Simple Lucy. That's a really funny name. La Chancla. Exactly. That's funny. That's a funny name. It's a funny name. I think if you were here for some of my beginner nurse play and you've seen me play from then until now, I think I've improved a lot. Even on stream. Like I said, I tend to play better off stream, but not always. Not every game's a winner, but. Oh, Beefy will let you hide in. Damn, Beefy. That's a good line, though. Damn. You're always a winner, friend. Please. Why you coming at me with those nice things, Ohio? Guys, go check out my friend Ohio. Oh. Hiya, Ada. Ooh. That would have been so crazy if I hit her, because that was such a good prediction on where she was going. Almost. Oh. I should have held that second blink longer. That's okay. Are they really starting the gen right in front of my face? Ma'am? I'm not afraid to switch targets, okay? I will happily switch targets rather than ego chase. Oh. I don't know how I missed that swing, but I don't want to talk about it. Oh my god, I should have held that longer. I hate it here. I'm just kidding, I don't hate it here, but I should have held that longer. Why am I so bad? Okay, that hit should have hit you and not auto hit her. Now you're both down. So that's a good try, though. What a blinky blink. Thank you. Oh. Why are you all just staying around here? What are you guys doing? We're throwing. Why are you guys throwing? She's got boil over. That was awesome. Thank you. Have you ever tried this one? Ah! Ooh. Is it just me or does the windshield wiper sound slightly different when you're oh, she wasn't here. I thought she would be. When you're playing from the killer POV? Versus the survivor. I feel like I'm getting some really good hits in this game, and I don't know if it's because they're throwing or because I'm just getting good hits in. Oh god. I should have gone for the second blink there. You're gonna go injure, kick, blink up here, blink back. She's gonna drop. Oh, she didn't drop. She will this time though. Wait for it. No. Okay, I'm shocked. Oh, we should have held that longer. That's okay. These small loops. Always a little bit tough for me. Okay. Thank you. I was waiting for that. Oh, I didn't have my second blink ready. That's on me. Blink number 2. There we go. But you're right here. Oh my god, and you're right by the hook. Thank you. That's so nice of you. Alright. Somebody's injured over here, but we're gonna kick this first. And they're right there. Ada's dead. Bye, Ada. At least the locker pickup line was funny. Most of the time I either don't notice or I ignore them entirely. Listen. Beefy Boys got them. Ooh, got them lines.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I'm happy to just float after you. There we go. You're dead. Oh, where's my closest hook? That's the I really need to do better at, like, looking at where my hooks are. Because I didn't. She's gonna get off. Hold on. That's on me. Oh, look at that weird blink. Weird ass slow blink. Alright, there's a hook. And she's dead. 2 left. Who is coming in here? Is that a Minotaurus? And a bunch of Night Sabers. Oh my god, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare all over the place. Hello? Guys, if you're not already following my Minnow, of course. Oh, I should have held that segment longer. And my Night Sabers. You know what to do.
Minotaurus just traded with 22
Go follow
viewers.
them right now. It's free. And I love them. And so will you.
Minotaurus just resubscribed for 20
Minnow,
months.
how
at
are
Day
you?
One.
How is your
Love
stream?
you, Shana.
Listen, I know you guys were doing Night Terror game night tonight and playing Mecha Chameleon and just freaking kicking butt and taking names, and I love to see it. Am I gonna be able to get him up there? I think so. How was it?
Kinka 1991 just
Welcome
resubscribed
in.
for 37
Oh.
months at Day
Should I
One.
have kicked that? You know what, I'm going to. Boop, boop. Thank you guys for the love. Minnow, thank you for the 20 months. Jinka, thank you for the 37 months. Oh, I'm just running into the grass. I don't want to talk about it. Where do we think Kate is? Is she gonna go save him? Or is he gonna unalive so she can find Hatch? W Raiders for sure. Guys, please, please, please. If you're not already following Minnow, already supporting Minnow, Minnow is still working toward DBD creator. And I believe this is her time. This is her time. She's amazing and she works so hard, does amazing cosplays, and loves this game. So you should go follow her and support her, be there in her streams. Also, Uvu, it's crazy seeing you here. Welcome in. Hi, Kate. Oh, nice running, Kate. You know what? I can just float around here. Oh, you're gonna go in the, okay. Oh, I missed. It's okay, that's okay. Yeah, okay. Got some weird, interesting pathing here, but you know, that's fine. Are you gonna drop that on me? No. How about now? Yep. I saw that coming. That's alright, we got our hit off on her there. And I don't have 2 blinks yet, unfortunately. Yeah, our Jinka. No eruption because I hadn't kicked a gen recently, but that's okay. All right, Kate, come with me. We're just gonna hook you right here. Stream was fun. Kicked with the night with DBD. Did some mecha. It was so fun. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. We definitely need to plan a time for us to play together. Because I miss our DBD times together. I've always had so much fun playing with you. They've got a Jin over there. 3 Jins over here. Their Jin spread is not fantastic. Not fantastic. Ooh. Sorry, Kate. If anybody gets out, it's gotta be La Chancla, because I like his name. Sorry, Kate. It's nothing personal, really. I forgot she has boil over. Hold on. We can't go that far. I'll just take her over here. Bip! And that's a 3K, which is a win. So I really don't care if our last one gets out, but weird seeing you here. I know. I never come here. It's crazy. Crazy. Guys, make sure you're following Minnow. Make sure you're following Jinka. Make sure you're following Uvu. Oh, look, the hatch. I could let him go still. Because that would be the nice thing to do. But we are trying to get to Erie 1. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Oh, I messed that blink up. These doors are so far apart. Thank you, Minnow. We played twins for the first time ever tonight. And I got a 3K on twins, which was really cool. I haven't seen any crows flying other than the ones that I've disturbed, which is usually a good tell, but also I've got spies.
Nightmare,
so if he sets one off,
nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Nope. How was running twins? Oh my god, I had so much fun. Oh. Is he not even trying to get a door? Why? He didn't even want to try? He didn't even try. Wait, I didn't know you could do multiple shoutouts like that. Jojo, that's crazy. Oh, we got a double pip on that. GG's. They all left. I played Deathslinger for the first time yesterday. What did you think of Deathslinger? What did you think of Deathslinger? It was a lot of fun, though. I had a lot of fun. I also did Skull Merchant twice. And the first one was a little rough because I was really trying to figure things out. Phantasm was helping us. But the second one, much better. Much better. I really feel like, I don't know how much you have or haven't checked out Skull Merchant yourself, Minnow, but I don't know how people learn Skull Merchant without some kind of videos, because it's very not intuitive at all. At all. But Twins was a lot of fun, and so was Skull Merchant. So, I don't know, I'm not gonna lie, I really enjoy playing Killer. I really enjoy it. I do. Mystic with a 15 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Mystic Fox Rebel in the chat. A Nakey Mystic Fox Rebel. Let's go. Let's heckin' go. Alright, we finished our tome. As well. Earned 3 malicious emblems. Hit or grab 10 survivors near pallets or vaults. Let's just do this one. I'm gonna put the 45 on her so we can get some more cakeys. against Nurse, it's kind of cooked, honestly. I mean, you can really mess up Nurse just like you can any other killer, though. Just like any other killer. But he's being sneaky and hiding. I don't know. What was up with that? What was up with that? I would have taken the Nurse Mori. I know. I would have too. I'd rather get a Nurse Mori than the entity, because unless the nurse was like playing really stinky throughout the entire match, which I don't think I was playing stinky. Was I playing stinky? Was I playing stinky, guys? Oh wait, we have a redeem for the killer loadout. Hold on. Meme endgame Nurse. Okay, hold on. Okay. He's too good. He's like, I accept the bait.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Matchbox and Spasmodic Breath. Okay. I forget which color they are, so I'm just gonna type it in. Oh, we got an EV. Spasmodic Breath. Okay. I'm gonna make sure we bring cake. Perks, Insidious, Noed. Oh, you're making me run Noed and Blood Warden. It's an in-game one, so. Insidious. I've never run an in-game build before. Noed. Blood Warden. And Agitation. Okay, so with it in-game, I'm still trying. Oh, I can spell. I'm still trying to get my hooks throughout the game like normal, right? But Insidious, after being idle for 1 second, you gain undetectable until you act. So I guess it doesn't hurt me to be still. This will be interesting on Nurse because I feel like I'm always moving around. So a Matchbox. This is a 1 blink Nurse. This is a 1 blink Nurse. Okay. Maximum blink charges to 1. Increases the Nurse's base movement speed to 4.4. Okay. And then Spasmodic. Disables, or hitting a survivor with a successful blink attack disables the ability to blink and increases the nurse's base speed movement to 4.6 for 60 seconds. So we're gonna be zooming if we have a successful blink attack. This is gonna be interesting. All right, I'm down. We'll try it. Haven't played Skull Merchant or Twins yet. Twins is a lot of fun, and I think you'll really like it. Skull Merchant, I think you should watch some videos because it's not intuitive at all, Minnow. It's fun if you have an idea of what you're supposed to do, but it's not intuitive by any means. Honestly, I would like see if somebody, when you're doing it, if you're doing it on stream, like in chat, is willing to like hop in a VC and help you out if you don't have time to like watch some videos or something, because it's just very not intuitive. Liking killer more now that I'm unlocking more perks for my killers to create better builds. Yeah, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. I've got everybody at least P1 on both killer and survivor, but my goal is to, by the time the event is over, have literally everybody at least P3. And then I'm gonna work on getting more P100s after that, obviously. But whenever the community selects Skull Merchant for me to try next, I'll let you know. There you go, there you go. That will be a while, I fear. I don't know, because people, I think people like to watch others play her, especially because, I mean, she's hot. Hello, she's hot. But I think a lot of people don't choose to play her because she's not strong as a killer. You know what I mean? More or less soon. Trying out a new killer each week and don't have many left to go. Yeah, Minnow's been trying out a new killer each week and watching her journey, which if you haven't followed her YouTube, she's been putting all the videos on YouTube as well. It's been fun. It's been fun. Who's been your favorite so far, though? Who's been your favorite so far, though, out of the killers that you've tried? Also, if you need to post-stream self-care, Minnow, I know that I'm like, yep. Like, what's new? Please take care of yourself. I'm gonna go upstairs. I feel like this middle gen is always one people try and go for. We've got a survivor here. This is gonna be a little tough without any kind of aura reading, but... Oh, I don't want to talk about what just happened. Nobody look at me. I don't want to talk about it. We're just gonna destroy this. My bad. Not the exclamation point clip. Please, Beefy. Please, my dignity. We don't need to kick that yet because we don't have any... reason to. This one we do. Why are we screaming? Oh my god. Okay, I need to angle my mouse up more. I always fuck this up on two-story maps. Dude. Oh. Damn it. Oh my god. I hate it here. I don't want to talk about it. This poor guy about to spend the whole match on the floor. Go ahead, flashlight me. I'm just gonna go ahead and break that. Are we having fun? Your turn. Somebody shouldered the burden on him, I think. No, they didn't. Why didn't... I thought... Never mind. Why did I think that she was the hunt one? I'm dumb. Dumb as me. Yeah. We've got agitation, so we can spread these out a little bit. Keep them kind of away from each other. Regina George! What a name. I hear you. I see them running over there. We're just gonna pop on over here. How about you go on this hook right here? Stay there. Keep that warm for me. Where'd your friends go? Are they downstairs? Aw, buddy. Buddy. you had a whole thing for me to do. Okay, never mind. We'll do that on the next one with this build. My bad. I didn't realize. My bad. My bad, Allie. Okay, next game, we'll blink into the exit gate at the start. Wait for them to open the gate and surprise with Noed, Blood Warden. Okay, but what if they open the gate that I'm not at? The gates on this map are really far away apart from each other too, to be fair. We'll try it on the next one. We'll try it on the next finale. Sorry, I should have kept reading. I'm over here running my mouth instead. I can't blink yet. I forgot. I was trying. She DC'd. Oh no. For a meme build, this is a little... I mean, this build's a little spicy, I'm not gonna lie. You missed scrimming with Merchant even if you were Dookie? You were not Dookie, first of all. You were not Dookie. You were not Dookie. Skull Merchant's just hard. And you gotta practice, and you were up against people in comms who were communicating with each other, who knew each other well, who had good communication. So it was tough. It was tough. What were we going for there, buddy? Whose scratch marks are these? I'm trying to just injure them, I think. Okay, she's dead. Yeah, Regina. Had Dua Lipa. Shut up. That's amazing. On your team earlier. That's amazing. That's amazing. I love that for you. Imagine it was actually the real Dua Lipa, though. Oh my god. These poor survivors. Oh, I missed that. I shouldn't have missed that. That was bad. That was bad. Where is he? Without any aura reading. Who is she? Oh, if they open the other one, then it's GG. If they open yours, it's hilarious. Okay. All right. We'll try it. We'll try it. It's not like we have to worry about, like, de-pipping or anything. So, yeah, I'm down. Guys, I am zooming. Do you see how fast I am? And the world is, like, floating by. I feel like I'm in like a music video. Ooh, okay. I'm in like a music video right now, you guys. And it's like, I'm spinning like a ballerina. You know what I mean? Oh, it's only one blink. Damn it. If that was two, I would have had him. Yes, I did see... Okay, listen. I did see Doja Cat tried to play DBD. I didn't tell anybody except for Ghosty this, but I'm going to tell you guys now. And if you guys want to find the comment and maybe leave a comment being like, yeah, do it. That would be so encouraging. I may have left a comment on her video being like, hey, I know this is a long shot, but if you want to learn, I would love to teach you. So... don't know that that's ever gonna happen. But that doesn't mean I won't heckin' try, right? If you don't shoot your shot, you miss them all, right? You miss every shot that you don't take. Oh, he's gonna get Hatch. Dude. Allie, this build even without the Mimi part of it is spicy. This build is so I should have GG'd them. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible. This build is so spicy. 3K on that. That's so peak. That was crazy. Because if with NOED, correct me if I'm wrong, like if you blink and you hit somebody, do you still down them? They're exposed, but does it count? Does it have to be at M1? Okay, yeah. I didn't think it worked if I blinked into them. I have to M1 them, right? Yeah. That's what I thought. Close your eyes and open. Blinking isn't that hard. Wow, Minnow, please. Minnow, please. I could not with you. I would be wild. It would be wild. And you know, Minnow. You know, I would not be doing it alone. I'd have to bring in some of the crew. I'd have to bring in some of the crew. So, because I would want to do customs. I feel like that's the best way to learn. Start with customs before you go into public lobbies, you know? So. Welcome in, Mama Pingu. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? How was stream? Guys, if you're not already following Mama Pingu, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen that you need to hug right now. Go share some love. It's free to do so. But why would you not? Why would you not? Welcome on in, guys. Welcome in.
Mama
Jaku's like,
Pingu just traded with 8 views.
Okay. Nurse used to be able to, but was OP as hell with no edge, starstruck, etc. So they changed it. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Is that an updated nurse? It's one of the new skins for her. It's what I call the windshield wiper nurse. Because it sounds like, I feel like it sounds slightly different when you're playing as her. But when you're on Survivor and you hear her blinking across the map or blinking towards you, it sounds like somebody forgot to put windshield wiper fluid in their car and then they're trying to use the windshield wipers, but it's dry. Ghosty's the one who came up with that. And I was like, oh my god, you're right. That's exactly what it sounds like. I can clear my schedule to key to Doja Cat DVD. Exactly. I mean, if you guys wanted to go find my comment on that video and like it and be like, yeah, please play with Shana. Woo! I'm just saying. Hope your stream's going great. Thank you, Mama. I hope you had an amazing stream. How are your games tonight? How is DBD for you? Whatever map we load into, I want you guys to pick the exit gate for me, by the way. I want you to pick the exit gate. So, I'll give like A and B. We'll find the gates. A and B then. Which one is considered left? Are we going by the clock? Left based on the clock, is that what it is? These forehead kisses are for Witcher and Witcher only. No one else better get in the way. So left would be like 9 o'clock. Had some good killers, some bad ones overall. Lots of fun. Hey, I love to hear that. When's your next stream? Are you also going to be doing DBD? Seen a different version of her that makes it. Yeah, there's lots of skins for her. We were playing a different one earlier, but decided to switch it up. Okay, so we are on Fractured Cowshed. We have A. There's Shack right there, so, and that's main. So yeah, I see you, buddy. Or they're gonna be like, she's blind. Where's the other exit gate? There's no way that's the only one. Am I blind? Am I dumb? Oh, B. Okay, so we'll say A is Shack, B is that one. Which one do you guys want to go to? I feel like they're more likely to go to Shack. Allie says A. Beefy says B. We got a split vote here. Good morning, Sweet Salty. How are you? Get you some good sleep, Mama. Thank you for hanging out with us. A? Okay. Do we stand close to the exit, or do we stand further back? I guess close, so when they open it, we can smack them, yeah? Is this too close, or is this about right? Okay. We don't have any survivors that we have to let go either. We have Fung, Cheryl, Rick, and Leon. My brain was not wanting to say his name. Somebody missed a skill check. This is gonna be crazy. Get some good sleep, seriously, Mama Pingu. Guys, go follow Mama Pingu if you haven't. Technically, this is the left exit gate too, Minnow. If we were looking at them. Crossing my everythings, they hit your gate. Me too. Me too, because this would be so funny. This would be so funny. If it doesn't work this time, we'll try it one more time, though. Okay. I'm nervous. I hear footsteps. They opened the other door too. One's out. Hey there. Two of them got out. Oh, he's gonna be so disappointed. Where is he, though? Do we think he went to the other gate? Surely not. He did, and he was just gonna leave her? No. That was kind of crazy. He wasn't even gonna try and save her. He said, nope, there's no way. I'm out. Bye. Oh my god. Do we try our luck again? Oh my god. That was crazy. That was crazy, Allie. Not my Leon, please! That was funny. You got it to get. That was hilarious. Cinema for real. For real. Okay. I say we do it one more time. I say we do it one more time. One more time. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. All right. You guys gotta help me pick the door again, though. You gotta help me pick that door. Let me know where we're going. That's our deal, right? That was glorious. Thank you. Thank you, Honest. Vodka, who are you barking at? I'm trying to take a look at who we might want to raid after this. Hopefully they pick the door we're at on this one too, because it'd be a good way to end the night. It'd be a good way. God, imagine we got a 4K.
Their encounter and have sent the horrified beast back to the ashes. This group has escaped their hands, but still have to mourn those who have been lost.
Let's see.
Although the beast rests once more, it could return at any time.
Home skillet. I like it.
Sleep at night. For you
God, we haven't had any
know
sables or
this terror has
any
risen
Shanes tonight to let go. No sables and no Shanes, you guys. That's crazy. That's crazy. What is this? Get that Pokemon, JoJo. Get it. Oh, I know who we're gonna raid. We have two good options, actually. One is doing a celebration, and the other I love, and I don't get to raid her very often, so it's gonna be a tough choice. It's gonna be a tough choice. All right, you guys gotta be ready to vote quickly. Be ready to vote quickly, because we don't want them to catch us going into our gate, right? Oh God, I hate this map. Why are we here? That's okay. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about it, because we're not gonna have to do anything. All right, we have Gate A, which is closer to Maine. Gate A, which is closer to Maine. And Gate B, got the banquet there. Gate B by the banquet. A or B? Salty says B. Tired of dude, I'm so tired of this map. It's not even funny. B. Okay, B it is. We're going to the banquet. Oh wait, they're gonna see us. There's no way they don't see us through these gates. We have to... We don't have a red stain like this, right? With Insidious, does it get rid of the red stain? Okay. Okay. Beefy, did you pick A just to be different? Maybe we should move forward a little bit, since we have no red stain anyway. There's no way they'll see me, right? Right here. No, maybe, yeah. It was glorious, wasn't it, honest? If you think this is gonna work, put a 1 in the chat. If you think it's not gonna work and they're gonna go to the other gate, or they're gonna see me here, put a 2. Beefy, don't you dare put 6, 7. Because I could see you doing that. Ah, we have a believer. We have a believer. Beefy. I'm watching you, Beefy. Can we time Beefy out for 69 seconds? Yeah? Would you like to defend yourself, Beefy? Oh, wait, you can't. Ah! Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh my gosh. Someone set off a crow nearby. You want to defend yourself while Shana's personal executioner has plans for you. Exactly. Allie just eating her popcorn over there, waiting patiently. Are they just like missing skill checks? Or are they fast vaulting stuff? I will now write a 67-page report on why 67 is better than 69. You and True are obviously besties. Obviously. 30 minutes, I will have my favorite thermal tower upgrade in 1 2 minutes. Let's go, Honest. I love that for you. Won't have to stress as much about acid. Let's go. All right. Come on, guys. Come here. Don't see my Noed. Oh my god, she came here. Get ready. Noed's so close to the door, though. It makes me nervous. Where's the rest of them? We gotta get this hook. Oh, 2 of them are out. Ah, we only had the one. And she DC'd! She lost our lottery. Or one, depending on how you look at it. Look at it. It's a lovely, lovely little choking, you know? Go to sleep. Shh. No, you can blabber about it. You can blabber about it, Honest. I don't mind. Oh, I was gonna say Kate won the lottery, but everybody left me. They all left me. Kate was a P100 too. Oh no, that's why she DC'd. She's probably pissed. Kate's probably pissed. I'm so sorry, Kate. She brought a brand new part too. Oh, Kate was ready to sweat. Kate was ready to sweat, you guys. She didn't bring cake though, so I don't feel bad. I do wish we'd gotten Meg though, because she didn't bring cake. Didn't bring cake. No cake, no life. Just saying. BMP and Sabo Ranch is different. Yeah. I mean, she was maybe going for both there, like trying to be able to do Jen, hit that skill check, and then go for saves after. Oh my god, she had flip-flop, boil over, unbreakable, and adrenaline. She was... Ooh. When all generators are completed... Damn. Unfortunate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's probably pissed too. Were they good survivors? Well, here's the thing. I don't know. Because we sat in the exit gate the whole game and played a little gamble. And Kate was unfortunate enough to choose our door. So, yeah. They could have been good survivors. This guy, oh, they were so ready to sweat. Built to last, stakeout, hyper focus, fast track, quick and quiet, resilience, sprint burst will make it. And then Rick had smash hit, hyper focus, 5 moves, finesse. They were so ready to sweat. You know, I don't think there's a single perk that I would say is like the best perk, either killer or survivor sided. It really depends on, like, for survivor, your play style. And they all serve a purpose. So, like, are you wanting to be the teammate who focuses on saves, focuses on generators, focuses on trying to take the chase if needed, things like that? Or are you know, a certain type of killer who needs a certain perk? So it really varies so much, in my opinion. In my opinion. I don't know if everybody else feels that way. Thank you for indulging the silly build. No, that was really fun, Allie. That was really fun. Thank you for the suggestion. That was a lot of fun. So thank you for redeeming that. Oh, which one of those survivors would be best based off the builds? I mean, the two with hyperfocus, fast track, or hyperfocus stakeout.
Of Nights just resubscribed
they
for
were
5
ready
months
to gen
at
rush
tier 1.
for sure. Noir, thank you for the 5 months. I heckin' appreciate you. You're amazing. You're amazing. Meg was probably gonna try to go for some chase there with that build, or at least be sneaky at the very least. Kate was a P100 though, and she had a really, really good build that was giving chase me and maybe I'll get slugged and be able to get myself up. So I would say probably Kate. Probably Kate. So she's currently sleeping. She's hard sleeping on the bed right now, or I would. iPod, welcome in. Enjoy your Rajikado toast. Jojo, enjoy those voodoo veggie burgers. True sneaks. Where are you sneaking, True. You and Beefy Boy. You and Beefy Boy are besties, by the way. Beefy, tell True about your essay. Go ahead. All right, guys. I know who we're gonna raid.
Welcome back.
I'm so torn. I wonder how much longer she's gonna be on, but I never get to raid her. It does say 12-hour, but it's 5 years. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go celebrate 5 years. I'll have another chance to raid Cass. We're gonna give a big shout out though to Cass, guys. If you have a chance to open 2 streams, please open Cass as well, because I also wanted to raid Cass, but I can't raid 2 people. So go follow Cass, open Cass's stream if you can. Our raid though is gonna be Miss Epic Tight Pants. Oops. That was the wrong button. R-I-D-I-N-G. I can spell. Big thank you to all of our raiders. Huge thank you. Please go check everybody out who came in with their communities today. Go check out the socials. hit like and comment on all the things if you can. And also subscribe and follow and all this stuff. It does help us out a lot. We're not bullying. We're not bullying. We're not bullying. I don't know what you mean. You ready for Phasmo's update on the 21st? I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited for it. It's so needed, especially the quality of life. I'm also excited to see Willow, but the quality of life stuff is so needed. It's so needed, right? So, copy whichever raid message works for you, whichever one. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Should I call some randoms or is 4 enough? Call a few of them. Call a few of them. Check your bingos. Check your bingos if you haven't. Check your bingos. I'm gonna miss old Willow. Yeah. Yeah, you know, we always miss the old ones. We always miss the old ones, but they do such a good job. They do such a good job with the remakes and the reworks that I'm not worried about how the map is gonna be. I'm more worried about the quality of life stuff than anything. But I expect it'll be fine. I hope it'll be fine. Because I love Phasmo. You guys know. And I want to see it be successful. So check your bingo cards, guys. Check your bingo cards. JoJo's calling some randoms. We're going to raid over to Epic Tight Pants, who's celebrating her 5-year stream anniversary. So let's show her lots of love. To the sweat down my balls. Until all these bitches crawl. Thank you for 69ing me, JoJo. It was good for me. I hope it was good for you. Yeah. So, guys, as always, be kind to yourself. Do something nice for you. If you're not already following King Cowboy, we will be on King Cowboy's stream on Sunday for our tournament. There's more details in the Discord on who's hosting the tournament, but Cowboy's on my team. So if you want to see us play from his perspective, also hear our comms, all of that, Cowboy's stream is the place to be. Because the other streams, you're going to get different perspectives, but you're not going to get our comms. Right? You're not going to get our comms. So, let's go celebrate with Epic. I love her.
Mommy.
She's such a sweet human.
Daddy.
Very good friend. And just, I adore her. I adore her. I know you will too. So please copy whichever raid message works for you. Hopefully I'll see you Sunday. Stream starts at 1. We're on at 1:30, Minnow. So, Central Time. Stream starts at 1. We're on at 1:30 Central Time. And I'll put details in the Nightmare Network Discord too. I have them in mind, but I'll put them in the Nightmare Network Discord too. So, I'll pop in. Try to pop in while at work. Yes, just be careful. And you know, if you're working and you're busy, you're working and you're busy. But you know, we'll cross your fingers for us. Send us the good vibes. So
I would like to say good night.
That was so creepy. That was so creepy. I loved it though. Thank you for the creepy good night, Claw. Do something nice for yourself, guys. Be kind to yourself, and I'll see you soon, okay? Seriously. Seriously. Do something nice for you. Be kind to yourself. Times are hard. I love you guys. I'll see you soon. Bed appointment tomorrow for the puppers. Take care of the puppers. Vodka had hers today, so blood work. And then we'll schedule stuff later. But I love you guys. I'll see you soon.